Okay. What's up, everybody? Thanks for the follow, by the way, Flying. I appreciate that. We are going to jump straight into this because this is a long set of games. It's like 3.5 hours. Probably should have found something shorter for my first go at this, but yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, today I'm casting Crimea Reaver versus Cattlebruisers, the Tier 1 games. And yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna jump straight into this. Kind of bear with me a little bit. I did like just sign up and kind of get all the information like just now. Um, so it might be a little bit messy here at first. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna get straight into it. C3. Oh, Censured? Okay, it's a different name. So we got Censured for Crimea Reaver, here in red. Zerg, and then we have a Baron sCriv for Cattlebruisers here. Just so you guys know, I'm a little more not a hype caster. I'm a very monotone person. But yeah, there's a lot of games. I guess not a lot of games. It seems like they're long games today, so kind of see how everything goes here. I don't really know much about any of these players other than, I guess, Eskaya playing tonight. So we'll be kind of winging it. I don't really know what to expect with a lot of these players. But yeah, we'll see what Zerg wants to do. Like, Terran's usually going to be pretty standard in the opener. They don't have a whole lot of different openers they can do, other than like a 4 to 8 racks maybe. But everything else is relatively like safe, I guess. We'll see what Zerg goes for. It's just a 9 Overlord. Yeah, pretty standard so far to start. Terran will be scouting the wrong way first. Zerg's gonna find him early. I don't know if that's normal scout pattern for Zerg. I kind of always assumed they went, you know, top from here, but we're gonna get a hatch first out of the Zerg. Like I said, it's pretty normal here for Terran, looks like. And we're gonna do a drone scout for the top. Workers are going to cross each other here. Pool comes down for Zerg. I don't really know much about TVZ as well. I am just a Protoss player. I don't know much about the other matchups, but we'll kind of make do as well with that. Got a second drone coming out. Oh, just to block the SCV. He might have wanted to try and block it here, but I think he looked away, went a little too high, looked away. So SCV gets in. It's gonna scout, see that everything's pretty normal. We saw that it was hatch first. Command center coming down for Terran. Yeah, we don't need early bunker here, so I like that call, because we saw that it's hatch first. We see that the larva being saved up right now. So you can kind of react accordingly with that. I wouldn't have even mind him staying around just to make sure that the larva started after the pool, because you never know. In this case, it's actually a little bit of a juke. We started 1 settlings and then 2 drones after. So that actually would have fooled me there. Second barracks coming down for Terran. See, this is what I mean. I don't know if this is normal, if it's normal to go second barracks before gas. Yeah, my knowledge about this matchup is very, very limited. Okay, lair starts for Zerg here. The only thing I know is that, like, a normal, like, fast, I guess it's fast, normal timing for muta is, like, I think around 6:15. If anybody knows, you can correct me on that. Third hatchery comes down for Zerg. Let's continue to make drones right now. Marines chasing away the Zergling here. It's going to be Academy starting here, probably. Yep. Start the Academy. There's almost finished. There's more drones for the Zerg right now. We only went up to 4 lings. I think that's pretty normal. We do have the Marines pushing out here. Be able to spot this coming. Hey, what's up, Mage? How you doing today? The Zerg sees the Marines coming, starts his sunken right away, or Peep Colony, which is good. Probably drop our Spires soon. Just transferring this drone. Doing pretty good, trying the casting thing out here. Yeah, so we're pulling drones here because we want to protect the sunken. If it takes too much damage, it can die very easily because it loses 100 health, right? So even just from that little bit of getting tickled right there, we're down to 215 HP. So yeah, it's very important that you kind of minimize damage from a sunken that's currently building. eBay on the way. Inspired. Just recently started here. Just making more drones. Second sunken for safety here. No third base for Zerg, but I think that's pretty normal at this point. Belling's getting back into position just so we can see when Terran's pushing out here and react accordingly. We actually go into scout. We see like a good number of Marines, 1 medic. Factory's on the way. We get a scan. Scan the main, so we see the spires building. So he has a pretty good idea of the timing on that then. So he knows he's not like super rushy to start out right away. So yeah, it's kind of nice that he's delaying that a little bit, I think. And here we're doing the push out. Push outs like this are good when it's pre-meta like this. It's kind of good because it forces extra sunkens and sometimes lings and stuff like that. And even if you don't necessarily attack, just pushing across and forcing out any sort of structures. Obviously, you're kind of damaging the Zerg indirectly this way. I think with 3 sunkens, we're totally fine here. And with the lings for sure. But like I said, even just walking across the map does damage to the Zerg. So it's important that, for instance, he knew the Spire timing, so he knew he had a lot of time before mutas were out. So we can push across and pressure here. Actually, we don't have enough. That's a bit more bio than I kind of realized. So he's actually just dead here. Yeah, we're just dead. That's my bad. I miscalculated that completely. Yeah, mutas are coming out, but they're going to get picked off. I mean, at this point, we've lost the natural. The game's over yet. So GG. Alright. So game 1 goes to sCriv. Kind of bear with me here. I think it's this one, yeah. Yeah. Game 1 goes to sCriv. We're gonna go and jump straight into game 2. So yeah, just a bit of an underestimation, I guess, from the bio coming across. To be fair, I also underestimated it. I thought 3 sunkens would be enough with the lings as well. Game 2 is Ascension. Is this right? Sorry, I was kind of rushing tonight, so I didn't get like all of my information together just yet. It is Ascension. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Don't mind me. Make sure my stuff's updated properly. Yep. Hey, we're rocking the magenta. I'm a big fan of the magenta. Alright, so yeah. Right now, top middle. Leading 1-0, we got sCriv, and Terran. Hey, what's up, Dizzy? And then, hey, Spa, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. And then here on the left, we have Censured. Yeah, we'll see if there's any differences. It's so, like, tempting for me to speed up. I, like, almost did it multiple times now. But we'll see if there's any adjustments here from Red. See if there's any change here. Because he went super standard and then just kind of died to the bio push. I mean, he may just be aware that he just kind of underreacted to the bio pushing across, so we'll see if he makes an adjustment there. Or maybe want to be a little bit more aggressive. But so far, non-Overlord looks the same here. So nothing too cheesy coming out right now. No, like, overpull or anything from Zerg. SCV Scout coming out. And just 12 pull this time. We went hatch first last game, so there's a little bit of a change here. 12 pull and then a pretty early gas behind it. So this is not just a defensive pull. This actually looks like we're thinking of getting aggressive here. The SCV a little love tap on the way through. Stuff like that can be very important. It usually doesn't come into play necessarily, but getting damage like with your drones and stuff on SCVs, if they don't repair, like that stays as permanent damage, right? So if you're getting aggressive with lings and stuff like that, getting some extra damage can be really good. So we did save Larva, so we're gonna drop 6 lings here, it looks like. No, we went ling drone. Okay. I believe this is a proper wall as well. I'm not 100% on that either. This looks walled to me. Yeah, so we just went ling drone for, I guess, to help chase the SCV away so we can start our natural. Oh, we're actually getting factory from the Terran this time. Oh yeah, sorry. Sure can. Okay, so I think we're gonna go for a really fast lair here. He wants to kill the SCV first. Well, we pulled off a gas, right? We killed the SCV. So we just kept one on gas. I wonder if this is going to be mech or we're doing like a Valkyrie. I don't really know the normal build for that, but yeah, we'll see. CC's going to come down behind this. Sorry for the coughing too, by the way, guys. I got sick a few weeks ago and it like never went away. Okay, we are getting a vulture. And we also have an expansion, a bit of a hidden expansion, really. I would feel so vulnerable dropping at an expansion down here with this right here, but I like it. Hey, what's up, Untouchable? So we pulled off gas completely, dropping more lings here. We did get ling speed relatively early. Hey, what's up, Nibbler? Good body blocking to make sure the SCV can't get into scout. I like that a lot. That was good. Yeah, so just denying information, this is something Zerg, like, it always benefits Zerg, because Zerg has several different things they can do. He saw that Zerg went for early gas, and he doesn't know, like, what's behind that, so just denying that will scare, like, by default, it kind of scares the opponents a little bit. We do have the Vulture micro against the speedlings here. Well, we tried to get in after clearing the ling, but again, good movement from Red to body block the scout here. We have Armory coming down. We're just going to go into Goliath. Still only one factory from Magenta. Ling's coming across. Vulture walks past them. We are in a bit of trouble here. He's going to have to micro the Vulture pretty well, but we could easily take SCV damage here. Vulture does get in here. Sees the lair finish just now, and we're going to get some drone kills, while we're also getting attacked by the lings. Doesn't see the lings coming in because we're microing the Vulture. I like moving the one ling. A little bit of miss micro, but that's okay. It's not too bad overall. Well, so we'll be able to clear this. We only lost one ling, one Vulture, or one SCV, one Vulture. It's not that bad. We did kill the Vulture in the meantime. We got a Sunk in here to protect us from the Vulture. Drone count's very, very low, though. We're at 7 drones right now. we're making lings off of this hatchery as well, so we're just continuing to be aggressive. Which kind of makes sense, because we saw that this was all pretty open, and it was just the one vulture left. The vulture ran across the map, so more lings get into the base. Gonna lose more SCVs. We're at 9 drones right now versus 19 SCVs, so we're still gonna have to do some pretty good damage, but there's basically nothing here to defend. We have Goliath queued up, and then only SCVs. Continue to make lings from red, continue being aggressive here. I'm just kind of putting on the pressure because he's very vulnerable right now. Even up the worker count a decent bit. We're still down 6. And just making more and more lings right now. SCV is pulled with the Goliath here to try and defend. Yeah, we're just staying on the ling production right now. Goliath do pretty decent against ling though. So as long as, if you can get his Goliath count up, which is going to be a little bit difficult because we did lose a lot of workers. We're only at 15 workers right now. I almost wouldn't mind him staying more here, so that, yeah, this can't happen. Even though it kind of technically makes your SCVs more vulnerable if he moves into the mineral line, you can use the Goliath to kind of like micro back and forth here without having to worry about getting surrounded so easily. But we're still defending pretty well. No more SCV kills right now. We're still only on lings from red. Yeah, the repair was really good. A little bit of wall here to kind of help out some. Another SCV goes down, there's the Goliath. Looks like the second Goliath is going to go down. Got another one coming here, so we're going to get more SCV damage. Yeah, a whole bunch of SCVs going down here. The worker count's pretty much even now. And just still only on lings here for red. It looks like it's... I don't know how he stabilizes from here. It's 3 hatch all in. Yeah, it's basically 3 hatch all in with a hidden hatch, an early gas, and a lair. It really kind of threw him off, I'm pretty sure. Pretty good micro. We got the weak ones rotating. Got this one alive at just 1 hit left. Very good. Oh, and yeah, we have our link streaming and a single file one at a time here. Regroup a bit, but this position's actually pretty hard for the lings to get in to do damage here. So we go for a bit of a run by. No Goliath left to finish, so yeah, we're gonna have to come in and chase. Disrupts the mining a little bit. No SCV kills, unfortunately. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, right? Like, if the Goliath get built up, then the lings have a really, really hard time against it. But yeah, we're just still on that ling production. Other SCV goes down. We're up to 5 Goliath now, or 4. About to be 5. And yeah, 4 Goliath and this little bitty choke with SCVs repairing, it can do like surprisingly well against ling. 5th Goliath is out now. Oh, we also got the 1 armor upgrade. I didn't realize that. The 1 armor upgrade is actually pretty huge against the ling. Like, massive, actually. The difference between 5 damage and 4 damage with 125 health is huge. Is that Artosis 2.0? What's up, Ice? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, Ling's looking for more damage, but yeah, with the Goliath count getting up, it's pretty difficult. So we've gone into droning now. I think the call to drone here is really good because Lings, it's going to be almost impossible to finish from here with Lings. But we did get the worker count evened up pretty well. We're on 3 hatch. We dropped a Hydra Den. We're not mining gas still though, so we'll kind of see what its follow-up is going to be. It might just be Mass Hydra. A little bit of an unfortunate rally there. Lost a drone. And we're just on Goliath only here from sCriv. But with 3 hatch, if we're massing drone, a little bit of a supply block, we can get pretty good drone count pretty quickly. Yeah, I was going to say, we just have to really get worried about the Goliath push out here. It can be very, very dangerous because of our lack of tech and eco right now. Goliath without upgrades do not do good against a Goliath either. Like, without range, yeah, it's pretty tough. We're gonna run by, get an SCV. Gonna run in and get a scout. Yeah, the +1 armor is huge. We started the +1 attack. Yeah, 5 Hydra on the way without upgrades. I'd kind of like to see range first, probably, because we're not going to be able to get aggressive. So I think range would be better defensively, but we'll see what he goes for here. Worker count staying pretty even. 1 extra on gas, a little bit unlucky. We've all done it though. Yeah, Sunkens are also pretty good against Goliath. They do take 40 damage from Sunkens instead of 20, like most units. They take the full Sunken damage here. So Sunkens do really good against Goliath. We haven't started a Hydra upgrade yet, but we're just kind of mixing in Hydra drone defensively, or Hydra defensively with drones and Sunkens here. So we're just continuing to drone this base while we make sure we don't die at home. Setting up a flank, maybe? Unfortunately, they're going to run into each other, and this will favor the Goliath heavily. Not only are we outnumbering them with the Goliath, but like I said, without range, Hydra really don't do well. Decent moving shots to pick off a couple extra Hydras there. But I think with 3 Sunkens, we should be fine. Like, Goliath melt the Sunkens. And if a Hydra can tank some extra shots, yeah, that's really, really helpful. Getting a little bit close, but yeah, we're fine here, especially with the extra Hydras popping out. Yeah, as you can see, they burn through Goliath really quickly, so that's a really, really good trade for Zerg. Terran is back up to 30 SCV, so Zico's not looking too bad anymore. We're about to finish 1-1. We got siege tanks on the way. I don't think we got siege mode yet, I didn't see. Okay, now we're getting our first Hydra upgrade, so we're getting movement speed pretty undersaturated on our main base. But I know he was worried about dying, so I understand why it happens. So essentially he's making a choice here. Do we continue to rebuild our eco, or do we just get aggressive? And it looks like we're looking to get aggressive. Dropping an Evo chamber and just continuing to mass Hydra. We're on 1 gas still, yeah. So we can't quite afford our upgrades right now. Terran kinda setting up for a 3rd base. We have the depot here, kind of defending this area. Hydra is moving out a bit. Maybe just wanting to see the push coming when it comes. Just gotta be a little bit careful because of situations like this. We don't have Hydra speed yet, but it is about to finish, so it's not that bad. Genta turns around, Siege is up. Okay, did get Siege, I just missed it. There's a few Hydras kind of for free here. We have Starport just finished. A couple more factories on the way. Zerg did drone up a little bit more here. Still only 3 on the main mineral line. I'm going to expand. Expanding is not necessarily a bad thing here. It's just, I mean, you kind of need the extra hatchery for production, I guess, at this point. But saturating this main would make a huge difference. Like, we don't need to be expanding necessarily for more resources. Just saturating our main. Yeah, I mean, we could drop another, like, 10 to 15 drones on this, right? And that would make a huge difference. But he is, like, not spending his money at the moment, so, like, the extra hatchery for macro is not necessarily bad. So I don't mind dropping it at the expansion. Because, like, long-term, I think this is better, especially since it's kind of close to your main anyway, so having, like, a macro hatchery is essentially the same thing. Like I said, I just wouldn't mind, like, a few more drones here at least. So the armies kind of meet up in the middle. Might be going for, like, a Hydra run-by while this is chasing, so I actually really like this play. You can't fight this army at the moment, so things like this, like these counter plays, can be really, really good. Keep the Terran down on 2 base, you're going up to 4 base, technically. So if you can find a way to defend this while damaging, then you're in great shape. Terran also was a bit supply blocked, so we only have 1 Goliath out right now. Yeah, so we're gonna let him on a wild goose chase here while doing a counterattack. I really like this play. We didn't actually deny the third, but we're gonna get in here and get some SCV kills, which is pretty good. And just more Hydras on the production tab. He kind of needs to make sure he doesn't die to this push. Like I said, we're getting good damage here, so yeah, just doing damage and defending is pretty huge. Yeah, I really, really like the counterplay here. Next for Goliath here. This one's in range of Sunkens as well. Pushing through this choke is also kind of miserable. Yeah, Goliath taking a ton of sunken damage here. This push gets pushed back to the third. Like we're targeting the CC. Not quite gonna kill this tank, unfortunately. But we're down to just one Goliath, 3 tanks, so we should be totally fine here with reinforcements. Ooh, walk into the sunken. Tough luck. And we did not kill this? Well, it's burning, so actually, that's looking dead. And we've stopped this push. So yeah, Zerg's in great shape now. We did counter damage, killed some SCVs, we managed to lift the CC, we're gonna get this one to die. Yeah, I love that counterattack. If he just fought Terran head on, and Terran was able to continue macroing like normal, he almost definitely would have died, right? If he fought it head on, with Terran reinforcing, but instead we kind of ran around in circles during a counterattack. This is a really intelligent play from Red. It's a +1 missile on the way. Second Evo. We got another expansion going down here. I like it. Supplies, I would say, are looking relatively even, but we do have like uphill advantage here. We're gonna get this tank for free before it sieges. It's really, really nice. I guess this isn't quite uphill, so we're not getting the advantage there, but yeah, trading like this is fantastic for Zerg. Magenta actually just might be dead. So we get to know that his base again, going up to our 5th base here. 2 drones on the main, I like it. Look, it's intelligent because this way, if your bases get sniped, you don't have to worry about your main having been mined out. It's 200 IQ. Yeah, we have no army right now for Terran, so we're just picking up more SCVs. Game's looking pretty over. Supply is massively in favor of Zerg now. Anytime Zerg is like even in supply, it's typically really good for Zerg, and especially if they're ahead. Well, I shouldn't say anytime, but almost always. Yeah, we're gonna defend our choke here, but Eco's looking pretty rough for Terran. Yeah, we can fall back if we want to. We don't necessarily have to push through this. If we try to push through this tiny choke, we lose everything, but there's no real pressure here. Zerg can kind of do whatever he wants. Excuse me. Terran's main is also getting close to mined out. We're down to 1 drone mining on the main. Let's go. Our second gas starting to mine for the Zerg. I mean, his expansions are pretty well saturated. Yeah, so we can just kind of hang out here. Do whatever we want. So we're dropping a Spire. I don't mind the Spire because it's just easier to kill him that way. So we're getting the Spire. We start mining gas here, mine gas here. We're taking this Geyser. So we're kind of setting up just to kill him with air at this point. Just because pushing through this choke if he wants to turtle can be a bit of a pain. That being said, he does have to push out. Because he will mine out very soon. And obviously he knows that Zerg... Should know that Zerg has pretty much the entire map at this point. Looks like we're just kind of saving up, preparing for him, Yuta, I believe. Scan this base, see this, scan this. See this fire. 4 drones. The main mineral line that will last him for hours. Not actually a nice thing to see when you're about to mine out yourself, actually. It's kind of funny. We do have a drop ship on the bottom here with 4 vultures. He did scan ahead, probably to look for damage here, but he is actually getting defensive colony. He may have seen it coming out. I didn't really see. He scans ahead, but he does see the Sunken and the Hydras coming out, so he ends up moving. I'm gonna look for the main. He must have seen it, right? We have Hydras in position. We got the defensive Sunken. Yeah, he obviously saw it coming. Terran did get his natural back, and we made a third CC, so he is still trying to get back into the game, so I definitely respect that. We're not just turtling, right? We'll see if he can secure a third. It's going to be pretty tough. The Zerg's kind of saving resources right now, so we're going to wait and see what he ends up doing. There's our drones in the main, but not too big a deal, I think. And there's the mutas. We got 7 muta on the way. So 2 more hatcheries. Where are 2 hatcheries? Oh, macro hatcheries. Okay. Good. And a bit of a drop play here. Kind of a pain to deal with. Trying to get back to this choke, so his units are getting caught up on each other because of rallies and stuff like that. So we end up with vultures kind of funneling in a little bit one at a time. And vultures do not do well against Hydra here. Gonna kill the starport. No, we never got a science facility either. But kind of been scrambling for resources all game. So Hydras are getting a really good trade here, which Terran really can't afford. Our main's basically mined out. Oh, we did get it, sorry, I'm blind. There it is. Yeah, we even have +2 attack coming. And yeah, this is just such a pain for Terran. When you're already like really scrambling for resources, dealing with stuff like this is very frustrating. Another wave of Hydra here. He's moving up possibly to try and deny a third, but it's not there yet. We're up to 44 drones, which feels pretty good. I love this. I love this. I love that's still a thing. Taking another base here. What we scan? We scan and see this base pretty much fully mounting at this point. Walk into this, we lose our tanks. Yeah, and this is just another tough trade for Terran. And now the Zerg's coming up on tripling supply. And there's our GG. GG! So let's go to this one. We've tied the score up here. Good. Alright, so we're gonna move on to game 3. On Eclipse here. sCriv Terran top right. Or for the Cattlebruisers. And then for Crimea Reaver, Zerg player Censured. Just tied it up 1-1. Pretty much with mass Hydra play. Did a bit of an interesting opener. I feel like it was maybe intended to be tech, and then he kind of saw the vulnerability and swapped over to 3-hatch Ling with a layer essentially. Got a lot of good early damage, kind of even up the worker count and stuff, and then into Hydras from there while mass expanding. So just kind of outgrew the Terran and kept the Terran down. Terran had a good push, but yeah, I really like the counterattack from Censured there. I think that was really, really intelligent. Kind of leading the army around and counterattacking, so... We'll see if we do anything different again this game, or if we just play really standard. Oh, it looks like we're going for a 9 pull here. Okay, so we're gonna get really aggressive this game. There's a 2-player map, so obviously we know where we're going. Okay, so we're getting in a 9 pool. Gas to follow, right? The drone. We're doing a gasless 9 pool. Interesting. Alright, so we're doing a 9 pool without speed. Okay, there's our gas. Okay. Maybe just a little bit late. You typically would get the gas before your Overlord, but it's okay. This can be a little bit more eco-focused, I guess. If you want to make that extra drone. It's just like not as powerful aggressive. You're not going to have the speed as early. And if you make the extra drone, then you would be down the 6-lings as early. So maybe just a little bit of a build order mistake, I would say. But it's not that big of a deal. It's not going to hurt it too much. It mostly just means the speed's going to be a bit late. But that's kind of the main thing. You do get the drone... Well, no. Yeah, speed's just a little bit late. But we'll see. So it is fully scouted by the Terran. We do move the SCVs to the ramp. I think for Terran, in this case, it's not... This is like little things, not that big of a deal. We don't have to move like quite so early to stop our mining, right? You have the SCV, so like you can see when the lings are coming, so when you see the lings coming like as they're leaving your base, then you can move it down. Just those extra little bit of resources can make a pretty big difference. But this setup is really good against this. The lings won't be able to get through. We'll be at 2 Marines before they get here and the full SCV wall, so Terran should be in good shape. This does mean that Zerg's going to be very far behind. Oh, we're actually just pulling back. Interesting. Well, I guess he's doing it because he knows that he was scouted, so we're just going to drone behind us. It's actually not the worst call. I wouldn't mind you still testing the water, like you can kind of test and just make sure. Kind of make sure the Terrans doing their thing, but doing what they should be doing. But in this case, he was doing it, so it's not that big of a deal. So yeah, we walk up. We do lose a ling, unfortunately. But yeah, we see that this is water and we can't get in, so... I like the call not to continue linging behind it, because we did get scouted pretty early. CC on the high ground. Hatch behind that. Going for a quick lair. So, we intend to continue the aggression. I want to see... We'll see if it's Spire, or maybe quick Lurker. We are continuing just 2 on gas here. Looks like we're looking for a 3rd hatchery. So we'll get the 3rd hatchery in base. Maybe. Ling spots the Marines moving out. That is a little bit risky. Like, it's always tough against Zerg, I think. Like, if Zerg continued making Lings, because Terran doesn't know at this point, so it's a little bit tough. You might want to do something more like bunker. Kind of keep your Marines like more on the ramp and bunker forward. Because you don't know, if you walk out like that and Zerg continued to just mass Ling, then you could get caught doing something like that. But luckily, Red was going into drones behind this. We are going to get... Oh, it is going to be Hydra then. Okay, so it is going to be Lurker. I don't mind Lurker because you're already so far behind from the failed 9 pool that you feel like you kind of need to continue being aggressive or get some kind of damage in. So I understand the feeling. We do go ahead and throw down the Sunken Colony. That is kind of why you want like an Overlord here, maybe, so you can spot the move out, so that maybe you don't have to do that as early, but it is going to work out fine because Terran is moving across, or at least faking it. Either way, this move out does force that kind of stuff, right? Kind of what I was saying before, where as Terran, if you're not under pressure, if you don't have to worry about counterattacks or anything like that, it can be really good. Oh, we're getting speed. Oh, are we going for a drop rush? Lurker drop rush? Interesting. But yeah, pushing across, even if you're not actually looking to do damage, just by moving out and showing Zerg that you're moving out, you will do damage because they're forced into Sunkens and Lings and things like that. Okay, we're bringing these back. We have missile turrets coming down early. Did he see the quick lair? May have seen the quick lair. Or just maybe suspected it because it is a 9 pool. So we're looking for the counterattack. We're gonna need more Sunkens, though. I'm kind of worried for Zerg here. I think he just dies. The counterattack is really, really nice, but yeah, we needed like at least 4 Sunkens, probably. So yeah, we'll clear out the natural. Terran does have no Marines at home right now, so this is actually getting kind of crazy. Unfortunately, I just don't see how Zerg survives. And Terran can fly buildings if it comes down to that. So we're gonna stim in. All the drones are gonna die. Down to 2 drones. Start more lings. Like I said, the counterattack's great. It's just unfortunate we didn't have enough Sunkens at home to defend. Yeah, I think overall the counterattacks from Red has been really good. You know, there's these lings hatching, which is really painful. Start another creep with our 1 drone. I honestly don't hate it. Unfortunately, we don't have a spawning pool. Yeah, I think Red's just dead. Like I said, Terran can fly, right? Actually is going to come into play. The only thing would be, yeah, if we got the drone out, maybe to build an extractor, we can possibly clear this army. Actually, Zerg we might have enough link to clear this, actually. We're looking good. If he clears this army, he can start rebuilding and then just never let the Terran mine again. And he definitely has enough here. The lings come in, we get the stem. I would love to have seen Terran maybe... It's tough though, because then you can't get the hatchery. But yeah, GG from Terran. Another kind of a crazy game. Yeah, it's just another good counterattack from Censured here. Very interesting. Terran should have known better. Yeah, kind of a crazy game. I had trouble calling it, right? Yeah. Yeah, it looked like Terran, I didn't see, but Terran may have been supply blocked. He just had no Marines at home. And he had academies, so even things like fire bats and stuff behind that bunker, that kind of thing, a little bit defensive, because you do have to worry about things like the counterattacks from Zerg pretty often. It's a pain. I know from personal experience, even as Protoss, counterattacks from Zerg, it's kind of a thing, right? Especially when you get the late game. It's very frustrating sometimes. But yeah, good calls, good counterattacks, honestly. Situation felt bad for Zerg pretty much all 3 games, but yeah, the last 2 games we pulled it back on counterattacks. It's good play. Smart play. These are top tier team icons. I agree. Alright, so the first series goes to Reaver. So good job, Censured. We're just going to jump straight into the next game. We got our boy Eskiya versus Masicko. And I think this is with a Protoss, so I should have a little more insight on this one. Yeah. Okay, so we got Masicko for... Which team was this? Bear with me. For Cattlebruisers, and EskiyaPRIME for Reaver. Go Zerg, there's no Zerg here. Sorry, buddy. Alright, so this one I won't be quite so ignorant with, huh? We'll kind of see. My playstyle for Protoss has become like super standard. I'm a very standard, what you would call an honorable Protoss. They do exist. So for me, it's when I watch other Protosses, it's never what I do. So it's always kind of interesting for me, and I need to learn more diversity anyway in my builds. So watching could be good too. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he goes for like Nexus first. We can go just standard like Goon Nexus, Goon Nexus. no range, with range. There's several options for Protoss here. So we're just going to get the gateway down. So it is going to be a pretty standard opener. We'll see if we open with Zealots. No scout off of the gateway makes me think that we're not going to get aggressive. Azhi, that is almost an oxymoron on an honorable Protoss. I know, I hear about it all the time. Anytime I say something, people are like, no such thing. You're full of crap. And I get it. I get it from, I mean, just from laddering myself, right? Every time I played PvP, or even when I played random and got the other races, like, every single toss was doing some sort of annoying cheese. So I get it. It annoys me too. I also hate Protoss players. As a Protoss player, I can't stand Protoss players. But yeah, it's a super standard opener. We are going to get the Zealot. I guess we're going for the wall here, though, so the Zealot won't even be able to get in. I'm pretty sure this does wall versus Zealots. Which I've actually never played against in my life. I've never played against a Terran wall. How many games are we into this? This is our 4th game. We just finished the first series. We're both scouting bottom right first. Pretty standard looking for Eskiya. Factory coming down. Yep. Gun starts. Gonna get a range here as well. Looks like. Yep, so range starts there. So pretty standard opener for the most part for both of them. Zealot's gonna come across here, but like I said, this is walled off. It always feels kind of bad as toss if you open Zealot and you can't get any damage. We might get denial on the bunker though, which is kind of nice. Just gonna lead them around. Well, we get to finish off the bunker. Oh, Glazus, thanks for the raid, dude. Appreciate it, man. So yeah, we get the bunker up, which is, it feels pretty good. Second goon building. Terran is getting the full scout. We're gonna go 3rd pylon, which I don't mind at this point. I personally always go 3rd pylon before Nexus because I can't handle stopping pro production. Let's see if he goes down. Oh, the goon just walked past. That is the Protoss way. This is delaying the command center a pretty good bit. We started command center at 550 resources. We also killed 1 SCV and we're chasing the goon. So this feels pretty bad for Terran. This is something I never end up doing either. I never just walk past and bunker. Picking off a 2nd SCV. This is actually really, really good for toss, honestly. I feel like if we're going to run past, we also should bring the Zealot. Pretty good body blocking, though, to get a ton of extra damage on this goon. This is really, really good. 3rd SCV, though. Tank is even close to finish. We do kill this goon. 4 SCVs. This is a lot of damage right now. Nexus timing is pretty much even the command center as well. We lost 4 or 5 SCVs. Not mining here with this either, so the run by actually has done a lot of damage. I would love to have seen the Zealot go in. Or even unloading like 1 or 2 Marines actually to help with the goons would have been pretty good. But all in all, tosses up 3 SCVs, or workers. Nexus is a little bit ahead, right? Even? Yeah, pretty much even. 2nd gateway comes down. We are floating a bit as well. We'll see what he ends up deciding to spend his resources on. We got our 1 tank here. Transferring probes. We're just continuing goon production here, which is fine. It's good. Not quite mining from our natural here with Terran either. So Toss's eco is looking pretty good. Kill the scouting SCV before it gets inside. And this can also make you pretty worried. Like if you're in a sky spot right now, it's pretty rough. Drop the E-base, so you're gonna kind of want to go turrets because you don't know, right? You don't know if there's just quick DT behind this. Which already feels pretty bad when you know you're behind after taking that early damage. Or we just have no fear. There we go. There's the turret. So this is an entirely anti-DT turret. Goons have range now, so they're gonna walk up and start chipping away the bunker, but we already have 2 tanks out, so this shouldn't be a problem. the repair on the bunker as well. You can fight with these. Yeah, let's push them back. Bring the Marine out to stop damage on the bunker. We almost got this goon down to 7 HP, pretty good. Pair of tanks, I like it. Their Nexus on the way. Still no Robo. Okay, there's our Robo. Worker count, we're up 5 for Protoss, which is kind of expected typically. You're kind of supposed to be ahead. Maybe not necessarily in the very beginning, but he did kill those 4 or 5 SCVs, so that's basically where that lead's coming from right now. But if you do like a standard like 2 goon before Nexus opener, you're not really that far ahead of robes. At least not in my experience. Siege mode finished, so this guy's very safe right now. He's not in danger of anything, but we know we did some damage early. We see that he opened 3 tank, and we have our arc out here, so for Protoss, we could feel kind of comfortable taking a 4th relatively soon. Maybe not right away, because you don't know if it's 2-factor or not, and our observer is a little bit late. But with like a good observer timing behind this, like you'd be having the observer flying in pretty much right around now, and you would see that it's just 1 factory, 2nd factory not finished. So you're totally good to just take another base. You also have like a decent goon count, so even if it was like a siege tank push, you would see it coming, and you can just kind of stall and fall back to your production. Just gonna make those push come slow, make them siege up over and over again. But this is still fine. Protoss is looking and should be feeling pretty good right now. We have our Stargate coming, so this could be... We have no Citadel. Is this going to be for Carrier? Could be... Well, it's 1 Stargate. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see. See what we're thinking here. Scout is catching on in CPL. You think it's going to be a Scout? That's the only thing that I can think of, right? I just didn't want to say it, because I was like... Is it going to be a Scout? Let's pray. But right now it's looking like, unless we're going 1 Stargate Carrier, it is looking like a Scout. Sarah? Well, even with Sarah, you want, you'd want a Fleet Beacon and a 2nd Stargate. I'm curious, are we going to go D-Web or are we going to go 2-Gate Carrier? I'm actually really curious. I think D-Web, I personally think it's way too hard to play for the payoff. But, bummer. 3rd CC coming down for Skya. 3-Gate Carrier. Yeah, I personally don't play this style. You just started straight away, gotcha. Okay, so yeah, then we're doing Carrier. Yeah, D-Web's not something I ever play. I don't play D-Web or Carrier, really. I tried it against Love Snow the other day, and I felt like an idiot for it. Because I was just kind of winging it. I don't do Carrier. It's good. I know it's good. We have no Forge for cannons, which I guess is fine if we're going straight into Carrier. A lot of idle probes here as well. Looks like we're going to move to take our 4th base here. That's another thing too, again, if you see 3rd Command Center, you see Army upgrading, you see Science Facility, you're pretty much 100% good to take your 4th base. Preferably even like a main base at that point. And you can also even take a 5th like relatively soon behind that, typically. Kind of depends on what we're looking at, but... We started our 2 carriers. In this case, he doesn't need to be super expand heavy because we are going for like kind of a surprise tech. Sky did scan it and CV scan it, but since we're going vultures, I'm gonna assume that he did not see the carrier. These are basically anti-shuttle Goliath or anti-observer. Push up with our tank, we scan ahead, we get 1 goon. I don't necessarily like the scan ahead. Like, I know what he's looking for the extra picks and stuff, but we have no real intel on what Protoss is doing right now. And you have the flying barracks if you want to do spotter. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it normally if we already knew, but we don't know what toss is doing. Oh, we just kind of assumes it's ground toss. Continuing vulture production while we move out to our third. We're going up to, what is this, 8 factories. Scan for the observer. Scan twice for the observer. Still's kind of bad. Yeah, he's going to get totally blindsided by the carrier. But I mean, it's only 2 carrier right now. 2 carrier is not super dangerous. It's almost more anti-push than for actually killing your opponent, so you're going to need to go up to 4 carrier at least. Get our 4th Nexus on the way. And he has like a decent ground army to kind of stall the push a little bit if it comes. So between the ground army and the carrier right now, we're in decent shape. We start carrier 3 and 4, interceptor upgrade is going to finish. Oh, we have a second. There it is. I was going to say we have a second cyber core. Just very defensively set up for toss right now. Continuing tank vultures. There's a second attack upgrade for Terran. Just the 1 armory. There it is. Okay. And the armor on the way. Yeah, we're just kind of chilling out and hanging out for scan our army again, looking for an observers. But yeah, we're just hanging out and waiting for more carriers, basically. I feel kind of bad. It's going to be 4 carriers, possibly pushing out with 4. We'll see if he waits for 6, but 4 is not a bad number if we have absolutely no... Oh, okay, we scanned and we see a carrier now. So this is actually really, really good for Eskiya. He moves out of the way like maybe he didn't see me. See now, yeah, see now we're starting Goliath. I think we already have the range upgrade, so we're good there. Like 2 Stargate carrier, if you're only on 4 carrier and it gets spotted and a bunch of vultures come out, it doesn't feel very good. And the other thing too is when carriers get spotted relatively early and you don't have a good count, you do have to be really careful about the push that follows. It's a lot of idle probes here. It's hurting our eco a decent bit. We did get transferred here, which is nice. I'd be looking for a main base here. But yeah, you have to be careful if carriers get scouted early, and then they get a couple rotations of Goliath and push across with a decent tank count. It gets really, really scary for toss, because your remax is pretty much non-existent. Unless you're in like 5 base or so at that point. But we have no real bank for orange right now. He will start building a bank since we are maxed, obviously. We got the extra Stargates coming down for more carriers when we want it. But again, it's kind of scary because we're 1-2 mech versus 0-0-0 ground, and then we have +1 attack on the almost 1-1 on the carriers. So this push from Eskiya looks really, really scary right now. Just a massive upgrade difference right now. And this is enough Goliath for just the 4 carriers, for sure. So essentially what I feel like Eskiya would want to do, we want to kind of fight the army once. If we beat the army, we can kind of split up and run around a little bit, start taking out bases with just a few units, while we have like a main push moving towards the main. Funeral barracks, just warming up for the carriers. It's a lot of Goliath right now. Siege tank count's not really high, but the goon count's really not that high either, so it's not even that bad. Oh, it's a lot of Goliath. Anyone just coming in? We did get a decent pre-siege here. Repair defensive matrix on the front tank here. Yeah, so even though the tank count's not that high, it's just the goon count's not that high either. So we're getting a really, really good trade here. And like I said, the upgrades are huge. Gonna pick off 1 carrier, so we're down to 3 carrier now. Yeah, let's go, Eskiya. Yeah, really good initial trade for Terran. The bank for toss built up kind of as we expected it to, but we're not starting any production right now, just Zealots and Goon Zone production. No additional carriers right now. Double Commander on the way for Eskiya. I like it. Yeah, so this is pretty much our one remax we're gonna get right now. If the fighting continues, we'll see. So yeah, okay, we did start 4 more carrier. Our carrier upgrades are actually looking pretty decent right now. Terran did not start +3 attack, unfortunately. But if he manages to hold the 5 base without getting pushed, and like, the space is relatively safe. We've got gateways just now starting bottom right, so pretty much all the army's going to be coming from up here. House's third is mined out. I really hate this base on this map. It almost feels awful to get, to be honest with you. Because it dries up so quick. Pretty close to remax for Terran again. Just continuing lots of Goliath and tank at this point. Very low vulture count. Just fine in this case. The upgrade differences is really big on the ground army. We're about to be 2-1-2 on the air. And we did start 2-2 for toss ground. +3 attack is on the way for Eskaya now. Once again, the trades is going really well for Eskaya. Partially because of the upgrades, but the army composition also just favors them quite a bit. The carriers are essentially useless against this mini Goliath. I know it's tempting to remake a carrier, but when you see like this like really high Goliath count, it's better just to go into Zealot Goon Storm, in my opinion. You have the tech ready if you like want to do a reswap later, but you can't really do it into this mini Goliath. Not if you're going to be fighting head-on anyway. Like, carriers are much better at kind of flying around and killing bases at this point. If you're forced to head-on fight against this heavy Goliath count, your standard ground's just going to trade a lot better. Or maybe mix in like more Zealot Storm with your carrier, right? The Storm does really good against Goliath chasing carrier. Goliath bunch very easily for Storms, because like they kind of want to group up and move together to kind of snipe at your carriers, so having Storm for that defensive is really good. But the Goliath did get separated and get picked off by a lot of the goons, so now the tanks can, or the carrier can come in and start picking off tanks, which is pretty huge. You don't want to run into this with your goons if you don't have to. And just let your carriers kind of pick away as they can. Lots of goons in production. More carrier. You see that the toss is dipped in supply and we've actually used up our bank now. This push is going really well. And we are on 5 base Terran, which is pretty terrifying. It feels like when Terran gets to 5 base against toss, it's hard. It gets really tough. We're flying around picking off tanks as our carrier are dying, but it's not that bad. He doesn't have necessarily a bad army composition. He's just fighting a little bit separated. Like I said, I think Storm goes really well with it. Yeah, the Goliath, you're going to pick off pretty much all the carrier but the one. We have 2 more in production. The goons are coming in, but we've lost our observers, which is going to happen with so many Goliath. Hard to get through the mines and tanks at that point. Yeah, it's just looking really good for a Terran player right now. I mean, the probe count's still really good for toss. But yeah, it's just going to be hard to stop this Terran rally at this point. He just has so much income right now. And one of the reasons you want like extra gateways with the expansions is because it makes it harder for Terran to make that decision on where to push. So like, if you're producing out of this, then you can do counterattacks very easily as well, kind of pick it apart. And it does force like a lot of mines behind and stuff if you go for flanks and things like that. But I know the fighting's been pretty much non-stop, so it's not that easy. Like, once Terran pushed out, it's been non-stop fighting since then. Yeah, at this point, it's going to be extremely difficult for Protoss to get past this army. We're on 3 attack mech, which is terrifying. We're 2-1-1 on our ground. Another carrier gets picked off. We are looking pretty dead. Yeah, it was good. I mean, this guy got the information he needed, made a ton of Goliath, and he pushed across. It can be the weak point of toss, is you're a little bit vulnerable. Because you're not like real upgrade focused on your ground. You typically don't have Storm when you go quick carrier. So when it gets scouted, it can be pretty tough. Just a mass zealot here, which unfortunately we just have no more eco left. We're mining off of just the 2 base here. He scans and sees it. GG is called. This guy hits him with the G. And takes game 1. Good. Goodbye, Eskaya. I was a little bit worried because we were using so many scans defensively, but he did get that scan that kind of barely caught the edge of the carrier, which gave him the information he needed. Alright, we're gonna jump straight into game 2. On Ascension. Which, I guess Terrans hate this map. I think it's because they're third. It's pretty awful to take. I think that's why we hate it so much as Terran. I hate it, period, so... I'm not really the expert on that stuff. I don't like a lot of things in StarCraft. Sorry, I did it. I sped up. I knew this was going to happen at some point. Bad habit. Alright, so we get EskiyaPRIME. 12 o'clock here, and then whatever this is. What do you call that? 8? About 8 o'clock? Maybe 7:45. We have a Masicko. Looking pretty standard for him again. No Nexus first here. Probably get the gas here. Yep, so pretty standard opener. We'll see if he skips a Zealot or not, because this guy is going for a wall off again. The Zealot really didn't come in handy. And that always feels bad, I think, as toss. If you make the early Zealot and it doesn't get to do anything at all, you're essentially slowing down your second Goon and Nexus for nothing. Which can be kind of rough if they open Vulture, I think. But I don't know that I've ever seen Eskaya open Vulture before. Not saying he doesn't, I just haven't seen it, but I haven't watched him play much lately either. So super standard, 4 comes down, start mining our gas. And probe scout now. I typically scout off of Gateway, but if you know your opponent skips Vulture, it doesn't matter. I guess it doesn't matter. I just like probe harassing a little bit, I guess. Give them something to focus on or think about. Because as toss, you really don't have a whole lot to do early, so it's a little bit easier, I think, to focus on the probe. So we did go Zealot here. Get 1 shot off and then move on. So Eskaya sees it coming so he can finish his wall off if he needs to. Probe gets in, sees a factory start. Is this normal? Do I do Terran wrong? Do you pull off of gas when you're ready to start factoring? Or you only do that if you're not opening Siege Tank, maybe? Is this for Vulture opener? Because I feel like if you do this, you don't have enough gas for, like, Tank Siege, right? So we'll see. But I guess it's better for the quicker Command Center. Oh, interesting. We have a Talon go down at the 3rd. We have a second Goon coming before range. Interesting. This is normal? Okay, gotcha. So we queued up to 3 Goons. And we have a proxy pylon. We didn't... There's range, started now. Oh, Sky's going for the pool, but There's no Nexus. Oh no. We're just kind of assuming, huh? It's gonna be a proxy 2-gate, but we're getting a pull for a no Nexus. Protoss. We're just going for it. Alright. Let's get the drill. Don't quite get this round, unfortunately. Third goon comes out. I mean, we can micro this pretty much all day at this point. And we also got good damage with the Zealot on the Marine, so this is really, really rough for Skya. Bunker comes down, but we're already down our Marines here. Got one Marine here left. So even if the bunker finishes, we don't have any Marines for it. I don't think the Marine ever makes it there. SCVs almost get this goon. The game's looking pretty over. Well, we're proxying 3-gate at this point. Skya calls GG. That's the Skya special right there. I love it. Well, Masicko ties it up. 1-1. It's like we wanted to cheese him, but he cheesed us and died. I respect it. I love the random SCV pulls this guy does. Cracks me up. Right, so game 3 on Eclipse. Top right, White Terran. For Crimea Reaver, we have a EskiyaPRIME. Then bottom left for Battle... Nope, Cattlebruisers. We got Masicko playing Protoss. Alright, well, we're going to game 3 again. Like it. Kind of interested to see this. This is typically, for me and for most Protosses, this is a Protoss favorite. We'll see what we go for here. Pretty drastic difference between game 1 and game 2. It looked like a standard opener, but then we went proxy 2-gate, except we're getting SCV pulled without going expansion. Pretty tough for a Skya there. But I think he had scouted and seen no Nexus, so I kind of wonder what triggered the call to go for that. He does also like the wall. He just doesn't feel like dealing with the Zealots, and I can totally respect that. I almost never see wall Terran, but I think it's good and kind of underused. I personally don't fully understand why I'll stop doing walls. Or Terran, I mean. Because it's good against, like, proxy 2-gates and Zealot harass, right? So if there's any Terrans out there that knows... I've always kind of been curious why Terrans stopped walling. I assume there's a reason for it. It just makes getting out of your base annoying. Gotcha. That kind of makes sense, right? Yeah, because we're going to have the depot here, so... Yeah, I guess, I guess that's true. Getting in and out, especially if you get recalled. Yeah, if you get recalled... Yeah, getting recalled and having your own ramp blocked off would suck a lot, actually. I could see late game that being a pretty serious problem. There's a lot of good Terran who still wall at times in TVP. Gotcha. I never see it, but I'm like 1950, so I wouldn't say I play against good Terrans yet. Yeah, I personally have always thought it was good, but I can see then what you're saying about it being annoying getting in and out of your base. Probe Scout comes in, we do see the wall, so we are not going Zealot this time, which I actually really like to see. Looks like we're not going... There we go, started good. I'm gonna say, are we going to go Nexus before unit? We are skipping range right now, and I don't mind that. I usually do it on like larger maps if it's crawl spawn or something like that, but there's range. Just a little bit late. But skipping range for a faster Nexus can be fun, depending on like positions and what your opponent's doing. Especially if it's like a Vulture opener. I think it's totally fun. Oh, we did get Zealot. Sorry, I'm tired, guys. Okay, so the Zealot's kind of chasing these Marines around. We'll deny the bunker a little bit if we can. Get the SCV, which is nice. We got 2 hits on one of the Marines. 3rd Marine's out. 4th one on the way. Goon coming before the bunker can get up with the Zealot still alive can be very, very painful. Lost a Marine there as well. Lost the 2nd Marine. 3rd Marine goes down. This is pretty tough. We get a Vulture. We're gonna have to keep making Marines get the add-on. This delays the expansion from Eskaya for a very long time. At this point, you can just start a high ground CC and kind of defend up here, because you want to get that started as soon as possible at this point. You get the Zealot pick off on the outside, which is really nice. This is one case where the wall is coming in handy, because we don't have to worry about taking SCV damage, and like I said, we can start the CC, so I really like to see that. Goon also is distracted by the Vulture. So you can do things like walk in with a Vulture and hit it or something. It forces them to retarget if they're on hold position. But you'll take a hit or 2 in the process, but we're losing a CV to repair. Gonna lose a 2nd one here. Ooh, just barely too. It's a decent pullback attempt, but not quite good enough. We're upset about the lag. Taking a bit of SCV damage, but we are on 2-gate and not a Nexus, so we're just getting really, really aggressive. Second Stargate, or second gateway, and a Robo on the way. Thing comes out, so we're good. As long as... Is this going to be Reaver? It must just be Reaver, right? Yeah, shuttle on the way, so we'll get the Reaver. Robotics Bay? That's what it's called. I'm a Protoss player, trust me. Or we're just gonna go... Really, it's gonna be for Reaver, right? I don't think we want to do Dragoon drops. Yeah, there it is. There's the support bay. We do have the eBay on the way, which I really like to see because, like I said, in situations like this with Toss, it's tough. You can't really get out the scout very easily, or really at all, if the games are where they're supposed to be. So you just kind of have to play a little bit defensive. It really sucks because we've taken damage early. I know it feels bad, but you could die to Reaver, you could die to DT. So you're kind of forced to do... Or it's pretty early even after taking damage. His SCV count is really far ahead, which is nice. We cut probes to continue this aggression. Looks like we're going to get 2 Zealots possibly to go with the Reaver. This is the anti-DT turret. But also actually pretty good for protecting your tanks from even just the Reaver Zealot, even. Okay, Zealots are coming back for the shuttle. Then we'll expand behind this. Very, very aggressive. I don't necessarily hate the call. This is a follow-up call from doing our early damage, right? Like, we knew we kind of got through here, we killed a bunch of Marines, we got a bunch of extra damage, killed a few SCVs. That being said, he does have to get some damage here. I personally kind of like just playing standard after you get that early advantage, because you essentially can play like second, third base very, very quickly that way, and just play really eco-heavy. But continuing the aggression is obviously an option too. We do have the turret ring set up, which makes it pretty hard to get in with the Reaver. I don't know if maybe we're just going to go for a bust. Okay, we're going to try and fly around, yeah. But a Sky does have a good turret ring, so we're not going to get in to get damage here. This feels a little bit bad after doing the early damage, because you essentially lose your advantage. You gotta be careful. 27 HP. The only opening is if you'd come down here and straight up. Ooh, okay, we lost the shuttle with the Reaver inside and 2 Zealots. So all of a sudden, Masicko's actually in pretty bad shape. We're down 10 workers at the Lake Nexus. And yeah, just losing that Reaver shuttle, 2 Zealots, that's really expensive. Really, really expensive. Okay, we're gonna go for a third base behind this. Yeah, it feels kind of bad as toss. Yeah, you got that early advantage, and now it's just all gone. Army on the way. Factory just massing tank right now. Just playing defensive. He's really, really good for Eskaya right now. He's in good shape. Sorry, I may have started this too late. But we'll push through it. We'll figure it out. I have another shuttle coming across. We don't have any Reavers for it or anything, though. Could just be used for bombs for a push, maybe. But the Observer coming. Their next is about halfway done. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind seeing what I look forth. It's just tough. Like, he doesn't know his position as well, so I get it, but he does at least know that the Terran have the faster command center, so you're kind of feeling pressure at this point as toss, because yeah, if you're not ahead as toss, it just doesn't feel good. You're kind of expected to be ahead, like on eco and stuff. So if you're even, or especially behind a Terran on eco in the beginning, you're always kind of worried about just the follow-up mech just overwhelming you and you not having enough. Yeah, we have a third command center coming out of Eskaya. Sorry. So this is where the turret ring kind of sucks, but this would be spottable. If you see this third command center, because the opening went so poorly, I almost wouldn't mind just an immediate double expand to try and make up the gap. Because your third CC is finishing, your third Nexus is finishing, you're still down on workers. Yeah, and the third CC is just not far behind that. You're expected to have your third Nexus pretty far ahead of Terran, typically. We'll see. I like that Eskaya plays either standard macro or just full send it. There is no in-between for Eskaya. Quick Goliath range, which I actually really like because you know there's shuttles out, right? So there's a good chance of Zealot bombs or something like that. So the Goliath range early with a few Goliath can be really good. We do have a low vulture count. We've been very defensive since the beginning. Goons just kind of continue to rally across. I mean, this is Eclipse. You just sit there in an arc. It's the best way to do it. But supplies relatively even. We almost have one attack for the Terran and no forges at all, I think. Got the forge, but not upgrading yet. We got 2 forge. Okay, we just started attack and armor. Okay. I like double forge. I didn't used to do it, but I've started getting into it more and more. It actually feels pretty good. Okay, we'll see how easily he can take us third. It looks like he has enough mech that he should be able to push out without taking much damage here. So we'll be mining from our third before Protoss is mining from a fourth. And this feels really, really good as Terran. I think he scanned ahead, kind of to check the arming. But yeah, you can't engage this as Protoss, so you're basically just trying to delay it as much as possible at this point. Yeah, I was gonna say, one thing that Eskaya seems to really, really like is pushing out with his Goliath and scanning for observers. It does make slowing this push out a lot harder. So I don't hate it. +2 attack, +1 armor on the way for Terran. We are on 6 factory. Yeah, 6 factory right now. 3rd CC. Got most of the way there. Kind of taking a break. ran out of fuel, I guess. I mean, part of it, you don't want to overdo it because your army's not quite there yet. So, like, you don't want to go straight in and end up having it sniped by goons. So, I get that. So now we're starting our 4th for Protoss. We are on double Stargate, looking for carrier again. Oh, excuse me. There it is down, setting up here. Yeah, this will never be broken with drum. At least not with this much ground. I like playing on the outside, kind of picking up what you can. Gotta be a little bit careful. We did almost lose one goon, which isn't that big of a deal, but you don't want to risk running into too much tank fire. Going up to 8 Factory for Eskaya. We'll see if he pushes out soon. I don't know. He doesn't really know his position right now. Nice. Josh. A little bit of a kind of a misrally of units here, losing some stuff for free. Shuttle goes down again. It's a good pick off for Eskaya. Thanks, Mage. Yeah, so we pushed out. 3rd is secured. Worker count is looking pretty good for Protoss right now, so he's really been good about worker production. Eskaya kind of stopped. Getting back into it now as we take our 3rd. 5th base for Protoss, I like it. I like that his 4th base was more towards Terran instead of down here. I didn't really see... Okay, we did... Okay, we saw the carriers again. We'll see... Goliath should be starting up. Yeah, we're queuing up Goliath now. So this is looking very similar to Game 1 again, to be honest with you. But I feel like the early game went a bit better for Eskaya. Actually, the early game went... The early game went bad for Eskaya, but the follow-up was better for him. Right, with the Battle getting sniped with the Reaver and stuff in the late Nexus. So this guy's going to be maxing pretty close to when the toss is, and this time it's going to be... We just have 1 carrier right now instead of 2. But we do have earlier upgrades for the toss this time. We're at least 1-1. But we are 1-2 for Terran. And Max as well. Starting our 4th command center. Sorry, I might start yawning, guys. I started this a bit later than I would like to, but... Just have to deal with me, I guess. This setup is just to deny a 4th. We know that he doesn't have this 4th at least, right? And Terran typically doesn't take that as a 4th anyway. I almost never see it. It's just too far separated, right? It's so difficult to defend all the way down here. It just doesn't really feel very viable for Terran. It's tough. So we went 1 carrier. And then kind of normal ground, but we have no splash damage. No storms or anything like that. Looks like we're setting up. A little bit of a late siege. This could be a lot better for Terran. Or Toss, I mean. The Zealots were kind of on the tanks, and these are also undefended tanks. That being said, yeah, it's just a little bit goon heavy on the top. We've already run out of Zealots here. And the upgrade advantage is pretty good for Terran right now. So we shredded through this, but we do have a good bank from Protoss. Just gotta be a little bit careful not to overextend. But we're basically left with just 5 goons here. I mean, we shaved off a few tanks, so it's actually not that bad. Yeah, I just need a bit more Zealot. Like, it is a lot of Goliath as well. Zealot does really well here. Again, Zealot Storm does really good against Goliath. Goliath tank. The thing is, when they go really Goliath heavy like that, and the Vulture count's really low, it like really allows Zealots to shine. The rest of these goons get picked off here. We're queuing up 2 more carriers, 2 more Stargates. Again, it's a little bit iffy. Like, you see that it's really, really Goliath heavy. Queuing more carrier into that is just, it's tough. But his eco is really strong right now. Even though the trade was pretty bad for Protoss, he's really not in that bad of shape because our worker count's really good and we're on a lot of bases. If we can kind of squash this army once, then we're in decent shape. On non-factory, we do have a lot of space here too. A lot of space for a lot more factory. And I like it. We're almost 3-2 for Terran, which is pretty terrifying. And we're still 1-0-1 on toss with no upgrades on the way. So the upgrade advantage is starting to look pretty rough again. Fourth base secured. So what do we got? 1 tank with 10 HP and another 1.5. Protecting it. Should be fine. As toss right here, counterattacking actually feels fine. If he were to go for these bases. I mean, even if he's not hitting your main, it's not that bad. Like, we know we're outmining him pretty hard, so yeah, counterattacking here and kind of killing this base off. Is getting close to reducing him to just a 1 base eco. It's just tough because you're gonna trade so poorly here. 2-3 just finishes versus your 1-0-1. So this is gonna be pretty tough trades. The bank is pretty even as well, which is typically really good for the Terran. Just because you're going to trade really inefficiently as toss. You've got the extra mining. Well, now we have a lot more mining, right? I think this command center is actually really good. We can flood our main command center over. But yeah, like I said, we essentially killed some eco, but we got no trade on the army, essentially. We are maxed, we have a bit of a bank. It's just, can we stop this push once, right? Even though the banks technically favor Terran, if you stop this push while you're mining so much extra, your bank will get really, really far ahead, even if you don't do it efficiently. But it is really Goliath heavy. And like I said, Goliath just not good against Goon Zealot. These tanks also a bit of a misrally, kind of bad pathing. The Terran army is really split up, which is not good for Terran. Terran wants to fight essentially in a death ball if they can. Just because the army is so powerful. But yeah, kind of as expected, Terran takes this fight. As you can see, supply is starting to favor toss now. I feel like his carrier upgrades are better than his ground upgrades. We'll see here when a carrier finishes, or when the interceptors finish. But yeah, we're just continuing production for toss. Losing this base is okay, right? Like I said, we killed this base, he's just now restarting it. Natural's mined out, we're on 1 base eco for Terran, but we're mining from 3 more bases here as toss. So like, losing this base is fine. Even if you lose this, it's totally fine. We just have such a massive eco advantage. We just need to like push this army back if possible. Okay, we lose a carrier for free, 2 carriers for free. Feels pretty bad. Just not quite enough gateways, really. Yeah, look how Goliath heavy this is. It's tough. I think we have 6 carriers here. Yeah, so 6 more carriers here. Chewing through the interceptors as well. Yeah, it's a little bit like iffy for both sides, to be honest with you. It's hard for Protoss is having a hard time cleaning this army out, but it's just Terran has no eco like income behind this. The gas count's really, really low. We're at 200 gas right now. I think we got 1 mining here, which is definitely hurting us a lot because we're Goliath tank, right? No vultures. So we don't have enough gas to continue this very easily. So that's part of why we're floating so much here. Goliath go up here, and we're going to pick off the tanks on the side, which is really, really nice. Did lose 2 carriers. Banks are still even, but, like I said, income massively favors toss. Just the upgrade advantage is making... It's just making it so hard for toss to clear this out, man. Upgrade advantage and no Storm. Storm doesn't care about upgrades. Remember that. Okay, we refinished our 4th for Terran. Transferring our CVs over. So I mean, his income's about to get a lot better. This is really unfortunate. He doesn't realize he only has 1 in gas here. 3 there. Plenty there. But it's another base cleared out. Still mining from 3 base versus 2. This is not that bad for Terran. We're gonna run some SCVs in here and realize he has this base. Pretty good reaction, actually. So we're finally gonna clear this army, but we have a second squad kind of moving down here. And this is, again, this is another weakness of the carrier builds as well. When armies get split, if Terran starts splitting and pushing in multiple places at once, because they can do things like split off like 2 tanks, right, and push here, and 2 tanks and push here, while having their main force push here. And this is really hard for Terran, or for Toss with carrier to defend it all. And their base cleared out. This is looking pretty good for Eskia, I think. The supply still favors Masicko, but it's just really tough. Because of, again, I know I keep harping on it, but it's just such a big deal as the upgrade advantage. Like, 2-3 mech versus 1-0-1 toss feels terrible. Vudank, thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate that. I guess we didn't fully clear this one yet, and we haven't killed this one yet. I don't even know if he knows this one's here. Only 1 Goliath left here. But supply is getting just slightly better for Eskia over and over again. Yeah, we'll be pushing top left now. So the carriers are going to have to fly all the way across. We are up to a lot of carrier. 9? The 9 carrier, actually. 10. So we have 10 carrier right now, which is starting to get difficult to deal with. Did we fix this yet? No, we haven't fixed this yet. It's just the gas income is killing Eskia right now, I think. We're going to lay mines here to make it harder for the ground to get up while we push up here, right? Oh, the tanks got separated. I think the hotkey went the wrong way. Oh. Okay, that hurts. It's interesting. The Toss has a really big supply lead, or like a decent supply lead, but the bank for Eskia, if he spends this, it's going to be really hard for Toss right now. He did take a lot of damage on the eco, but it's just a lot of carrier, right? Looks like we lost some vultures, maybe some Goliath there. And then yeah, this is the part that's frustrating to deal with, is the carrier counterattacks, right? And we're kind of countering close to the army, but there's not a whole lot else, like nowhere else to go. So we killed these command centers, which is very painful. Got all of our tanks over here, so this ground gets to jump on top of the Goliath. We do pick off 3 carrier, looks like. Or 5? About 5. We picked off 5 carrier. Yeah, just look how slow we're killing, right? Okay, we did get up to 2 attack, so that's a little bit better. Also, no armor in the air, so they're kind of melting as well, more than normal. We knocked it down to 3 carrier. We have tanks left over. Do we have any more Goliath in production? I guess 6 more. So we're still pumping Goliath. Oh, we got plenty here. Okay. Yeah, it's just looking better and better for Eskia. It's also starting to bleed out too much. Just the trades have been really, really efficient. Even though the eco's been bad for Terran, like it's been pretty far behind. The constant, like, positive trading is like really, really adding up. So once we clear these carrier, well, we have a decent army here too. This positioning's a bit tough. It's just the supply is still as good for Terran with the bank and everything. Like, we're gonna lose this army, but we're trading well enough that it's honestly okay. Another carrier goes down. Need to bring it. No, 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 no. I was afraid of this. I think this guy just quit a one game. Eski. We're in good shape here. Toss doesn't have much bank. We have, yeah. I think we quit a little bit early here. Like with these 3 tanks, these Goliath, we easily defend here. We can float over our main if we need to. I think we're still on 1 gas this entire time. And this is a big part of what was killing him, but he can't kill 12 o'clock. He might could finish it, I guess, while it's building, but I don't know. I understand why he feels like he's losing. Like he sees it as 2 mining bases versus 0 because he's not mining right now. But he has enough minerals, right? We just need the gas. I think he could have kept fighting. I mean, I can't say for sure if he would have won, obviously, but I feel like personally he was in a decent position. But it's hard to say how it plays out. Like I said, he doesn't have all the information. I understand why he feels like he lost. We're queuing up all these vultures because we have a mineral bank, right? Guess we'll never know. Alright, so Masicko takes it 2-1 then. It's funny, I was afraid of it. I was watching and I was like, because that's the thing. I was watching it and I felt like, I was like, man, Eskiya might leave. Because like, this feels bad. I know it feels bad, but like, I can see everything and it actually looks fine. That's kind of funny. Alright, so that ties it up on the day so far. 1 for each. Masicko takes it 2-1 over EskiyaPRIME. Yeah, I should not have picked a group with so many TVZs, by the way. This was a mistake. I have made a mistake. Alright, so next up we got martingb versus Borisu. Sky. Fix this. I need my blanket to be like just a few inches longer, huh? Alright, so what did I just do? I just tried moving with WASD. There we go. Alright, so what is again? Martingb Borisu. Okay, so Martingb is also Nom Genesis, apparently. Playing Zerg here for Reaver. And then just Borisu, Terran for Cattlebruisers. That is the movement keys for move MMOs, Aussie. That is true. That is why I did it. For most MMOs, yeah. Okay, I am learning that I do not have the, like, throat capacity to do a 3-hour cast. I think it's 3.5 hours total or something like that. We got a lot to go through still. Alright, so it looks like we're gonna get hatch first. Just a 12 hatch out of Zerg. Nice and standard. Maybe like a little bit greedy, I guess, but it's pretty standard. I found myself using WSD when I switched to StarCraft or vice versa. Yeah, exactly. I don't even know what MMO I've recently played. Didn't even tell you. Okay, Overlord Scout's gonna check Terran here first. Got Drone Scout going up. Terran's gonna be scouting 12, so he's gonna check the Zerg second, which means that you'll get the late info on the hatch first here. I like starting the supply depot early, right, to finish the wall. Do I? Yeah, I guess it's okay, right? I guess it's fine. It stops the drone scout, at least. If Lings came in, this is open for Ling, so it wouldn't really matter. Actually, can drone get through that too? Or is it just Ling? I think it's only Ling, right? Actually, I'm not even sure. I don't play StarCraft that much. Apparently. Okay, third hatch in base. Spawning pool finishing, we're saving 2 larvae. We go to 3, right? But no gas for Zerg. You got pretty early gas for Terran here. Yeah, gas before second barracks. But I think that's normal. Okay, so we're just doing 2 drones and the 2 Lings. So pretty normal. Okay, we're getting a... This is a really quick factory, yeah? You think only Ling? Okay, 2 Ling. You deny the scout here. Also good for just kind of getting out front and seeing, but we have the Overlord spotting here a little bit. I think it sees the Marine count. Yeah, you can kind of see the Marine count a little bit, but we went quick factory instead of Academy, which is really interesting. I'm actually not sure what this is for. JCSCV and then got picked off. This one will probably sit at the front so we can see him move out. Yep. Went and got the defensive sunken. Oh, only Link. I got you now, sorry. Yeah. I'm already tired, man. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Ling Marine. Guess Marine can go through it as well, right? Should be able to. Yeah, we're going Vulture, double factory. So 2 barracks, 2 factory. And then armory. This is really interesting. I've never seen a build like this for Terran. We went Vulture. Let's try and push that away. Make sure the factories don't get scouted here. For Zerg, Lair is just recently started, and we're linking pretty heavy right now. Okay, so Zerg sees the bio kind of pushing out here, but he still doesn't know that it's factory behind it. I guess the army, are we just doing Goliath? I think we're just going for Goliath, kind of blind here is what it looks like. We stopped Marine production. We do have a bit of a Link counterattack possibly set up or a flank if needed. Second creep colony on the way. There's no medics with this, so 2 creeps. And this is no stem, so 2 creeps, 2 sunken should be fine here. If the sunken finishes in time. And we have a lot of Link too if we needed. Yeah, so we're fine here. We have the Zergling counterattack coming in. Only 2 Marines at home. And we started Goliath. It's very interesting. We kind of were just setting up for anti-muta. But it doesn't even look like we're going to be going muta here. The Lings start streaming in. We'll see how it trades. We started a bunker at home. 2 bunkers even. The Marines are trying to come back, but the Lings are already going to get tons of damage here. Well, the bunker gets up. Just don't have any Marines for it yet. Getting a lot of SCV kills here. This is pretty huge. And we have Lair Hydroden behind this. So SCV, or the Terran's down to 12 SCVs with no expansion. It's like we were kind of going for an all-in with Terran, but this doesn't really do well against Sunkens either, though, unfortunately. So Zerg's just in fantastic shape. We have Lurkers. What is this even called? Lurker Aspect. Okay. We have the Lurker upgrade on the way. A lot of Lings here for another counterattack if needed. We got the Overlords that'll spot the move out. So as soon as we see this move out, we're probably going to go for another counterattack. We have only 2 Marines in the bunker right now. And that's it. That's all we got for defense. And then yeah, here we go. So the Link counterattack's on the way. We have 1 Hydra, 4 defensive lurker if needed. We did lose our Overlord and we're supply blocked, but I think Karen's just dead. Yeah, it seems really difficult for him to survive this push. We have no production right now. Just pick SCVs while we chip away at the bunker even. There we go. Yeah, target some SCVs here and we're good. Once again, the force is trying to come back, but bunker breaks, all the SCVs are dead, and the game is pretty much over. Aaron's completely dead at this point. We have 1 SCV here. That's it. It's kind of the theme we've seen today in the TVZ so far, is the Zergs setting up for counterattacks and just kind of getting strong run-bys. So, Karen's not dead here, but unfortunately the game is over. The lurkers will pretty much finish it. We have no detection either. Yeah, lots of lane here. And our eco's just infinitely far ahead. It's not really losable from here. We'll start the lurkers. We're gonna scout with one of our 3 SCVs, 4 SCVs. Still sees a lot of Ling gonna set up for the counter. I should have seen the lurker there too. Sees the Hydra coming up. And there's basically no way you can get enough eco to get detection even for the lurkers. Gonna try and finish the wall, looks like. Gonna buy whatever time we can. Third might not realize just how injured he has the Terran right now. Just kind of playing a little bit safe. Just continuing to build army. Yeah, I gotcha. That's kind of what I was realizing. I was like, he might not realize how much he crippled Terran there. But we've all been there. I get it. I've done that plenty of times too, where I'll have a game, I'll go back and watch the replay, because I'll suddenly attack and be like, well, we didn't have anything. And then I'll go back and watch and be like, oh, because I already killed him. So I get it. But there's no way you can stop all these lurker. This choke is a little bit annoying to try and get through, but we'll get the job done. We still have no detection. Gonna lift this, kind of open it up. I mean, it's a little bit of a pain because the Goliath have pretty good range, but yeah, we have enough units, we can basically just pile in and kill them, which is what we're about to do. Probably waiting for reinforcements, and we'll push in. Hey, what's up, Legend? I mean, we'll say Borisu has a lot of heart. Like there's burrow in his face, they're gonna kill all this stuff. PG is called. Good. Good counterattacks. Again, like I said, that's kind of the theme of the day today. Terran's getting punished for moving out of their base, but it was kind of an interesting build from Terran. It was 1 base, 2 barracks, 2 factory, and the Goliath. Can't say I've seen that before. I respect the creativity. Alright, so moving on to game 2 on Ascension. Alright, sorry, bear with me. Alright, so our blue Terran playing for, god, what was it again? These Cattlebruisers. Yeah, Cattlebruisers. We got Borisu. And then our Zerg player who just won just with well-placed counterattacks, essentially. We have martingb or Reaver. Sorry. I'm trying to stay awake. It's only 11 o'clock too. You know what it is? It's because I actually went for a run and worked out for the first time in like months. Never again, right? This is what exercise does. That's the moral of the story, kids, is don't exercise. Alright, so we'll see if martingb wants to open with a hatch first again. It's another 3-player map. It's pretty similar in that sense to Neo-Sylphid. I'm exhausted. Dude, I am. I should not have picked such a long group. I didn't think I'd be so tired earlier. I didn't really take into account how like exhausted I would be. But exercise is bad. Exactly. Okay, so we're gonna get a hatch first again. Another 12 hatch. I personally like it. The only thing that I really feel like it's weak against, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I think Adrax is really good against it, but otherwise, like most standard Terran openers can't really punish hatch first. I guess the only thing is if you do it all the time and people know, you do have to watch out for like 4 to 8 racks. This wall looks a bit better, right? This should be a full wall, I think, for Zerglings, but the Marines will come out. I believe they'll come out on the right side. But with this blocking it, maybe not, actually. Guess we'll see. We're gonna learn right here, right now. I'm like really curious. Yeah, okay, it does come out on the outside. So this sucks a little bit. Bunker rush I find annoying. Yeah, can they... I guess they could... I guess if positions are close enough, they can bunker rush, but this is actually kind of a deceptively long map. Like, if you look at it, it doesn't feel like it's that far, but yeah, it's a pretty good travel time. Okay, so this is looking like a much more standard opener for Borisu this time. Got 3rd hatch in base. Going 6-ling this time. Okay, so a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more map control. We're going to drone scout and see that we do have a full wall here. Don't think we can see the... Well, you technically... can you see the command center from there? You could, but you'll lose the drone, most likely. Actually, you would lose the drone. So you wouldn't really want to suicide for that, on the off chance that it's literally right there. So 6-ling's coming out. Team Zerg. No, Ice does love her Zerg. I imagine we'll be droning. Just continue to drone behind this. Taking our gas. Get some lings chase this SCV around. The way I kind of usually feel about it is, and again, TVZ is not my thing. I'm a Protoss player. But the way I typically feel about it is 2 is good for like 2 lings. It's pretty much good for like denying a scout, essentially, that's in your base. 4-ling is like a little more, I guess, defensive, right? A little bit more map control, and then 6-ling feels like you almost are looking for damage, because you did cut like essentially 2 extra drones for that. In this case, though, it was like an in-base command center, so the 6-ling can't really punish here. We did split our lings, so we did get to chase the SCV and also kind of watch the front at the same time. It gives you a little bit more security, I guess, feeling. We are going early factory again for Borisu. So I guess he kind of leans more towards the mech play. But we have a pretty good Marine count as well. Did the Marines start popping on the left? Oh, he relocated, didn't he? Yeah, he relocated more to the left there. We're going to push out, probably start a bunker, I imagine. The little bit of Terran that I played, this always felt so scary to me. Because you never know if the Zerg was like massing Speedling, and you're just gonna like move out and get destroyed. I feel like it happens. It's always the issue with Zerg, or against Zerg, is if you lose your scout, because then you don't know if they're making drones or lings, right? But we are safe here. We got the bunker up. Just the 6 lings, but we did get a lair, and we're going straight to lurker again. These Zerg players are the best. I'll take your word for it. We're actually going double bunker, which is very good against the lurkers. So we went Academy, double factory. Probably just for the scans. If we go early tanks, tanks are really, really good against lurkers, obviously. And we'll have an early scan, so we'll be able to see lurkers potentially if we scan the main base here. And then we can skip Goliath if he wants to. But we're not even getting... Yeah, so we scan the main, we see Hydrodon. So if we were just kind of blindly going for tanks... Because this could have been a Spire. We're at 625, so it could have been Muta coming across the map right now. I think 6:15 is like a quick Spire time that can happen. It was either 6:15 or 6:45. I can't remember, but I want to lean more towards 6:15. Again, kind of bear with me. My ZVT knowledge is pretty close to 0. I'm bad at both sides of it. Worker count actually greatly favors Zerg right now. I think Zerg typically is not expected to be ahead in workers. I believe. At least maybe not in this stage of the game or the early game, necessarily. Because they have to cut a fair amount of drones making lings and stuff, plus buildings, right? So we went lurkers, basically just defensive lurkers, pretty early. And then we're just taking a third base. Got a macro hatch coming down, double Evo. And Terrence is meching. We wouldn't have been able to push because of the break the tank, so it's kind of a good thing we weren't going for like a lurker all-in. We're just droning really, really heavy right now. We're gonna have a ZVP saturation here. So there we scout, we see like, looks like we get up here. So we kind of saw what we're looking at here. It's really interesting. We're still making bio off of the one base. We're even getting bio upgrades off of the one barracks rather, while going triple factory. I'm like really curious kind of where we're going with this. It's like, it's kind of like bio tank like I play on BGH, but without the barracks. I mean, bio tank pushes can be really, really strong against non-meta builds before Defiler. We're just double pumping siege tanks right now. A fair amount of lurker. Are we setting up for another counterattack, possibly? Maybe just covering all of our avenues here. We have this Overlord as a spotter, so like we see the tanks moving out. Continuing to pump out bio here off of our one barracks. Just notice this is trapping them. I almost wouldn't mind... Well, I guess it depends if he wants to push. I'm not really sure what Borisu's plan is yet. We have a lot of tanks right now. Up to 7 tanks. Getting a radiate. Excuse me. I am going to be a zombie by the end of this, guys. And now we're getting... I figured eventually we're gonna get more barracks because we were getting upgrades and everything for bio. Oh, we're getting a raid. Okay. I guess... Snipe this? Return of Zombazi? I guess so. We have martingb taking 12 o'clock after he finishes. Don't count, still looking pretty solid, 46 to 38. Okay, we set up a bit of a surround for this push. A little bit disjointed, but should still be fine. I mean, this is a lot of lurker. We're gonna clean up all the bio. Scan ran out. Okay, we're gonna lose this, but I think the trade's perfectly fine for Zerg. Actually, I'd say it's good for Zerg. We just consolidate all of our army, we can kind of clean this up, and then we're in great shape. Yeah, Terran's gonna fall back. He knows, recognizes this push is gonna fall up, is gonna die, so it's actually a really good pullback. No point overstaying, because at that point you're not gonna win the push and you don't have reinforcements in the way. I mean, it's a really, really good pullback. Nice, you're so sarcastic. That's why we love you, eh? So this is going to be killing us. My wife and I don't celebrate Valentine's Day. Single Awareness Day has me coming back for StarCraft every day. That's the spirit. Yeah. So we got an Ultra Cavern on the way, so our hive is finished. Working on 2-2 for our Hydra. Got a third Evo coming for the melee upgrades as well. We're getting Queen energy. We're making Queens. I don't think we have any. But I like it. Queens against tanks. They're not expanding. Yeah, I guess we're staying on 2 base still. Okay, it's Artosis. Not much pressure from either side. Yeah, it's pretty passive game this time. Karen went for 1 push. It went pretty well for Zerg. Right, this is being a little bit annoying, but that's not going to accomplish much. It essentially just killed the 1 Overlord. We're not seeing the bio push out though. Or the push out. We have Queens, good. Good, good, good. I don't see them, but I believe you. And unfortunately we don't have any lurkers on this side of the map right now. This kind of was just spotting the middle, but we didn't see them. There it is. There's our Queens. So we have 4 Broodlings ready for the tanks. I guess maybe 1 Goliath. It's 3 tanks. Unfortunately, our Sunkens are kind of on the wrong side of the base, so I'm not going to buy much time for us there. It's like we're looking for a counterattack, but this is going to be hard to counterattack into 2 bunker, 3 tanks. Yeah, that's going to be tough. Queen has died, now we have King. Yeah, this is actually a pretty strong Terran push. It's such an interesting mix of units. It feels so random. I love it. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate we didn't have lurkers in the right spot around the map, like ready up here. Maybe looking to cut off reinforcements, but looks like we looked away. I think it's irradiated. Quick, before it's too late. I think we just... I love the effort. I think we just parasited and then broodling the same Goliath. But the message was sent. We let them know. I like it. A little bit unlucky. When am I casting my own games? I don't think I'm gonna be doing that, Ice. I don't even think that's allowed. And if it's allowed, it's kind of tacky, you know? The queens. Yeah, I know. I was kind of hyped for the queens. Unlucky. I mean, our upgrades are looking good compared to Terran. Well, Terran got up to attack. No armor, though. I mean, we're 2-2 on our Hydra. Getting our Carapace upgrade for our Ultra. We do get a third base for Terran now. Got a bit of a defensive setup here for Zerg in the middle of the map. Ultras without their upgrades are not very scary, unfortunately, but we're working on it. I'm going to assume we have Adrenaline. I missed it, but I'm going to assume that we have it. We're working on third armor. Melee upgrades. 2 attack on our ranged attacks is totally fine right now, too. Typically don't make a lot of Lurker and Hydra at this point of the game, so it's fine, especially against mech, right? I don't think you go very Lurker heavy against mech, but this is like a weird biomech. It's really interesting. Adding more barracks and factories. Scanned here, saw no base. Scans here, sees this base is here. We're just kind of hanging out. You know what this reminds me of? This feels like one of my games. Like, you know when you're playing and it feels like you're going crazy? You know? It feels like there's so much going on when you're playing. And then when I watch my own replays, I'm like, man, we didn't do anything. It's kind of what I feel like is happening right here. Going up to Defiler. Getting our ultra movement speed now that we have our armor upgrades. Basically getting everything as Terran. We're getting medic optical flare, because why not? It's like we're gonna try and push the clean sub. We did find this base, which is really good. Denying this mining, because Terran's very close to mining out right now with his main base. So we're going to be on one base mining for Terran. So this is a really good catch. We will see Max Army versus Max Army, probably. It's heading in that direction. Terran did deny this base at kind of 5 o'clock. Also, 80 APM doesn't help us a lot. I didn't want to call out APMs, but yeah. I hear ya. This bio push should shut down pretty easily by the Ultra lane. I mean, we're at max armor upgrades on Ultra, so Marines make them laugh. I guess the one thing this is doing is it's kind of denying Zerg from expanding back up here, But yeah, it is interesting that Terran opted for this instead of this or this, right? Like this, I feel like this is typically going to be your third base is Terran. Laugh how? I don't remember what I said, Dizzy. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, or the internet, like this one here, yeah. And we're slowly pushing out here. What's the game plan, Borisu? I'm just talking to myself, just ignore me? Okay. I'll do my best. Alright, we're both maxed. See what the game plan is. Okay, we're fighting this army. Setting up a good flank for it, even. So we are going to clean this up. I mean, Terran's still on 2 base. This actually looks really good for Zerg right now, to be honest. Especially if we have Defiler coming. Well, we have the idea of Defiler in the back of our mind if we need it. You have a red one? Nice. Nice, Dizzy. Yeah, I was gonna say, so now that we've secured this section here, the drone can move out. We're looking for our third. Okay, we have Defiler coming, we have Consume coming, we have third missile attack on the way. We have double melee upgrades. Yeah, exactly, like, Zerg can't really kill him very easily, but we just take the map when we get huge, right? That's right, Mage. We also have no mech armor. We just started our first vehicle plating. Yeah, there's essentially nothing that stops martingb from taking the map at this point. Zerg can do it better, but I would argue that it's much harder for Zerg, if you know what I mean. Like, it's harder for Zerg to manage all of their bases than it is for Protoss, I think. Because Protoss is like, you get your mining done, and then you slap down like a big fat chunk of gateways or whatever, and then you just like pop through it. For Zerg, it's like, you have to go to every single hatchery at every single base, right? Or like hotkey, like 7 or 8 hatcheries. So it feels like macro with Zerg's a bit tougher. Unless you do like a group of hatches too, like macro hatches, but typically you don't really have income to drop a ton of hatcheries in a blob like that. Say that because you have a blankie that you use at bedtime. I'm glad you understand. I mean, this one's just in my chair at all times. This is like a leather chair and it squeaks a ton, so I kind of keep the blanket on top of it to keep it from squeaking all the time. We got our radiates coming down on the ultras, which is going to kill a bunch of extra ling. But the supply for Terrans actually... We're 30 off of max right now. Feared the Swarm. We have Defiler too, don't we? I know we do. Where do they go? There we go. Gil can see, like, literally all of the map at this point. My only concern is, while we can see everything, it's like chunks of army that are, like, randomly scattered everywhere. It's gonna make, like, the engagement really difficult, I think. Because this is a lot to manage right now. Also, for this late in the game, worker counts are very low for both players. We're going to be very close to just one mining base again for Terran. So, if Zerg can clear this army out, the game's over. That being said, as much as Zerg's expanded, because our worker count is a bit low and we kind of only just recently started expanding, our bank's pretty low, but we'll see. If we can get some swarms... There we go. We did lose a fair amount of ultra. I guess our supplies dipping surprisingly for Zerg, but as long as we stay on top of our swarms, it should be fine. It can be tough, though. Defiler is, like, why I'm not good with Zerg. It's too much effort. Yeah, so like this is kind of what I was afraid of, was like the like teetering in, but yeah, this is really good for Zerg. The game looks pretty over. Yeah, we have the entire map, so even if Terran somehow like broke through this, it would take so long to get through everything that Zerg has. That being said, he does have a decent bank. But yeah, the lack of like armor upgrades, like even the Hydra are chewing through everything at this point. Yeah, we have so much everywhere for Zerg. It looks so intimidating on the map. We're into the Terran's only mining base. Killing all of the SCVs here, so his income's pretty much shot at this point. The fact that it is completely shot losing this base. Okay, Mage, you doubled it. Nice. GG is called. And that is a 2-0 for our Zerg martingb. Good stuff. Just kind of stayed on top of the map control and starved them out, essentially. Good stuff, good stuff. We got our first 2-0 of the night as well. So next we're going to get another ZVT. You know, my specialty, right? The Hyde versus Vaclavson? How do I say that? Vaclavson? No problem. Sorry you kind of get like a extra low energy. I'm typically a pretty monotone low energy person anyway, but yeah, it's a bit worse tonight. I'm running on empty. Been playing some chat FFAs with another streamer, and some of the people I've been playing with are good players. Haven't won any, but has a good few games. Nice. I've played one FFA, and I uploaded it to my YouTube, and it was like an hour-and-a-half long loss. Like, I regret it so much. I'm doing good. Thanks, I appreciate that. Alright, so what's this, game 4? Series 4? It's Series 4 at this point. Yeah, we're on game 4, Series 4. Okay, so we have Vaclavson playing for Cattlebruisers here. And the Hyde, our Zerg player, playing for Reaver. Had a 53-minute loss last one you played. They always go for so long, right? There's like no such thing as a short FFA. It doesn't exist. My cat is trying to beat the door down, trying to get inside. Okay, so no early pull shenanigans coming from the Hyde. I need to find a nickname for Orange here. A bit easier to say. Let the cat in? No, I refuse. Alright, so Overlord Scout's going up. We're gonna have the drone to hatch first. Okay, I like to see that. And standard opener for turn as well. But we're actually doing the barracks here. You almost never see barracks. This is almost like a, I guess typically depots on the side, but it's like almost like a TVP barracks. We'll see. I mean, this is how I would build, which is why that's why I think it's wrong, because I would do it that way. But This is probably fine too. But yeah, super standard, just 12 hatch from Zerg. Looks pretty normal. We're just gonna get like the barracks expand. I guess it just kind of depends. Like typically you want the barracks forward because your Marines are gonna get to your natural faster. I feel like if you're gonna barracks expand, you kind of want your barracks to be more this way. Like this would typically be better if you, I think if you're getting like 9 pulled or something, right? Because then you have your Marines coming up close to your SCV line. So obviously this is better defensively in the beginning. But then after the beginning, it kind of sucks because your Marines just have that extra travel time, which can make a big difference. So I could see it being like a preference thing in that sense. Yeah, I get it. I think that's how I feel about the two differences there on placement. Yeah, we're just getting the 2 lings here, and then drones behind that. It's a bit more eco-focused. It's mostly just for denying the scout, or, like keeping the SCV busy. Second barracks before gas, okay. Again, I know my knowledge is limited on this matchup. I kind of thought you always go gas before second barracks, especially if you do gas expand, or barracks expand, right? But I've been seeing this a lot, so I'm starting to think I'm wrong. Like I'm seeing a lot of like 2 barracks before gas, so maybe that's like actually super normal then. Got a sunken coming down. Yeah, I understand like doing things like this. So, sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit. So yeah, I understand like doing this kind of early, like when you don't see anything coming. It gives you like that feeling of security in case you like miss something. I've been guilty of doing that before too. But typically you want like your overlord here like spotting, so you can see the bio move out, and then if the bio moves out, then you would start it. This is like little things like that can add up in the long run. So like if you do, like if you didn't build the sunken, for instance, or especially like the second one, right? So we're building the extra sunkens before we see the move out. So if you have your overlord here and you can spot this coming out, and you don't build this right away, not only is that drone mining because you didn't make the building, so you have the extra drone. You then also have that extra 125 minerals that you just spent on the sunken to build more drones. So like little things like that can make a big difference in the long run on eco. And as soon as you see the move out, then you can spot it. Even if it's a fake move out just to make you build sunkens, you still had that extra income, and you still have those extra drones earlier, which gives you the extra income, and it kind of snowballs in that sense. So there's like little things like that where you kind of want to work on like map awareness and like reactions and stuff so that you can get that bigger advantage earlier in the game that kind of scales into the later game. Oh, Quark, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Much, much appreciated. Oh, we went straight to lurkers here. And Martin, thanks for the follow too. I appreciate it, man. Alright, so with the bio push out and the raid. Thanks for the raid too, man. Thanks, guys. Alright, so we have the bio push out. We do have 3 sunkens here, which should be plenty for that. Also going to be chasing the army a little bit, just kind of worried about the flank. But this is good. I also kind of like the Evo chamber here to screw up the pathing a little bit if we try to move in. We're going to get turrets here. Oh, because I guess we scanned. I didn't see the scan, but we must have seen that it was lurkers. Because we're not getting turrets for Muta here. Oh, he did see the early Hydra, actually. So we're setting up the flank here. We're kind of pouncing on this. We're going to clean this up. This is pretty good. It just makes Terran feel a little bit more secure. And also, or not Terran, but Zerg. And then it makes the Terran like a little more worried, because now they can't see any push out coming. He doesn't know like when lurkers are coming or what. So we're going to start the bunker here. We went into factory add-ons, so we're going to get tanks, siege mode, starport on the way for our vessels. I'm going to try and pick off the medics here. third base coming down from Zerg, kind of out here. It is a gasless expand, but it's hidden, so we'll give him that. I personally kind of like this base for a third. Just having this ramp here makes it a little bit easy to defend, and you get the gas as well. This is kind of like a little more open and low ground, but more hidden, I guess. Yeah, I've always felt like this is a good third base for Zerg. So we're gonna do bio tank for the lurkers. I think that's typically pretty standard. Like if Muta gets skipped, you do that early. And the 2-4 bunkers does really well against lurkers. First attack upgrade is finishing here for Terran and for Zerg as well. Getting a Spore. I don't actually know what the Spore is for, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, nothing. It's like a Protoss Spore there for killing observers. I like it. What's the Spore for? Yeah, I'm not sure. So yeah, we set up lurkers down here. I kind of like it being on the low ground too, because then it's like... Oh, actually, I guess that sees... That sees uphill? Anti-air? Why? That's true, Mage. You're not wrong. I thought this was like a uphill ramp, but now I'm confused because it does actually see. I just thought this would be kind of nice because Terran could potentially just walk into it and you don't even have to hold position this way, but... Guess I'm wrong. That's on the way. We did scan... Didn't see what we scanned though. Going up to just the 2 tanks. I think 2 tanks is fine. It's good defensively. You don't really want to overdo tanks, because if you spend a bunch of money on tanks and then you push out into Lurker with, I think it's not a ramp. Yeah, apparently it's not a ramp. Like, my mind is blown right now. Okay, we're taking this as a 4th base for Zerg. But anyways, saying, you don't want to, like, overdo it on tanks, because if you make too many tanks and then you walk into Defiler, a Defiler Lurker, the tanks are kind of useless. Like, you end up sieging, and then it's just like swarm with lurkers underneath it. You kind of just lose the tanks. They have to like unsiege and walk away because they can't even hit lurkers in the cloud, so... Oh, it was hold position lurkers, though. Unfortunately, it gets spotted. Pretty quick reaction, too, from Orange as well. And then once again, the theme of the day, right? Our Hydras don't have speed, though, unfortunately. But we're looking for a counterattack here. The bunkers are empty. So we'll rally inside here. Should be fine. Especially with this coming back, yeah, so we're okay. Yeah, pretty good hold on this counterattack. Lurkers were maybe a little bit too far behind. We are catching them on this ramp, though, so this is actually a really, really good trade. This went really poorly, though, but this was a good catch on the side. Hive's just about to finish. We'll see how quickly we get the Defiler Den coming down. And we'll probably get back to the push here with Terran. Supply looks pretty good for Terran right now on this push. Yeah, we're going Ultra Cavern. A little bit low saturation on the main base as well for Zerg right now. This is pretty tough to push up against. Don't counts at 40, 52 SCVs. No third CC though. But we are floating a bit, so probably don't feel too pressure on that. We're about to finish our second attack upgrade on our bio. Zerg's still just the one attack on range here. This push looks pretty scary. Leaving one tank at home in case of counterattacks again. It's out front though, but it's fine. Yeah, but we don't have to fight for this push. So it could be a little bit tough. Ultra Cavern's gonna finish, or are we just gonna start queuing up a bunch of Ultra? So we're going for the fight here. A little bit of a disjointed flank, but yeah, this push is pretty scary for Zerg right now. So we start up 6 Ultras and Ultra Speed. Armor Carapace is about to finish. Spore got a couple shots off. Okay, it wasn't useless. Yeah, it's funny. I was actually thinking, like, maybe it's like an anti-eraser spore. And here we go. Kind of abandoning the natural is fine. I think in this case, it's okay to save your drones. Unfortunately, that eraser just killed like 1,000,000 drones. That feels pretty bad. We're down to 18 drones right now. No bank. Income's really shot. Karen's bank is huge. Even if we clean this up, our eco's looking pretty rough right now for Zerg. Defense Matrix is also doing a lot of work here. I think this is pretty much going to do it for Zerg. Down to 40 supply. Yeah, Eco's really hurt right now. Queuing up more drones, sitting at an ultra one at a time. Feels kind of bad. Continuing tank production, which you can, right? Like, if you don't see Defiler coming down, even with Defiler, tanks can be good and pretty high counts. So it's not that bad either way. We have a pretty good vessel count as well. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like there's any way that the Zerg can hold on from here. So the 12 o'clock expansion here. I love the random Terran expansions. Everybody's a Protoss player. Yeah, I don't see any way that he holds this push right now. We're even irradiating one drone at a time. Going for a little bit of a counterattack here. But there's no third base here to deny. It's up here, but Terran's bank is massive right now. Yeah, at this point it's just, you'd kind of have to have Defiler. But I mean, with this much supply gap and this much eco, it's pretty tough. GG is called, understandably. It's tough. I get it. I can't use Defiler either. Well, I can't use them at all, I should say. Didn't say either. Alright, first game goes to, we call him Clav? That's easier. And we are going to hop into game 2. You believe in the Zerg comeback. I know you do. I would be taking like short breaks between games, but it's late, so we're just gonna try and pop them off, right? We're trying to get through this. Version? Just be the CPL version, yeah. You have like a little map pack for it. Kind of watch game in 2x speed. Can't say it across my mind, but I don't think I'm supposed to do that. Pretty sure that's not okay. I don't think that's how casting works. I would say it's good. Alright, so once again, our Terran player Vaclavson. Vaclavson. For Cattlebruisers. And then our Zerg player, playing for Crimea Reaver, is the Hyde. Just talk at 2x speed and slow it down in post-editing. That's 200 IQ right there. Seems like they're unsure about if the version's okay or not. Yeah, they're not quite on the same page on that one. That's okay, though. It looks fine to me. I don't really know the differences between the different versions, though. But, I mean, this looks normal to me. Okay, we see the SCV coming out, so we know he's over here. Match first again for Zerg. Pretty much the same with the barracks as well, just in base next to the mineral line. Second depot coming down. Everything looks pretty standard right now. Just gonna double check that the Terran's here. Gonna be a little bit dangerous, but we're scouting to see if the gas is there, right? Like, once you see no gas, you can turn back around. You know that it's barracks command center at this point. I mean, I guess it could be multiple barracks, but pretty much never see that. At least I never see it. Third hatch coming down to the base. Gas goes down for Zerg. Sorry for the coughing. It's just part of my life now. Ever since I got sick, man. It's never gone away. We are going to lose this Overlord, which is definitely a pretty huge pain. Losing an early Overlord is Zerg feels terrible. That's very painful. Because not only we're going to have to build an Overlord to get out of the supply block, and then one more drone, and then another Overlord, right? So yeah, we're queuing up 3 Overlords right now. Yeah, this feels really, really bad as Zerg. It hurts your drone production so much. You'll lose your first scouting Overlord there. Command center finishes up. We're going second barracks, running our gas at this point. So we're probably getting an academy pretty soon. But we've been seeing a lot of factory play from our Terrans today. Depot instead of bunker. I think depot instead of bunker is 100% fine. After you've sniped that Overlord, it's like, yeah, and we sniped the Overlord, and he's watching the base, and he sees that no lings are coming. So we can definitely skip the bunker. I really like that call. Just kind of paying attention to what he's seeing here. Yeah, the sunken early again. We kind of talked about it earlier. In this case, it makes a little more sense because he did get supply blocked, which slowed our lings down, and we didn't have a low Overlord in position because it got sniped. So he doesn't know if something's coming or not. So I think in this case, it makes way more sense, right? You're blind, you need that safety. You don't want to just close your eyes and hope that you're not going to get killed. We're getting fire bats, so we're definitely planning on getting aggressive early. We're going to be pushing across early here. We did make a fair amount of ling. Queen's Nest? Wow, we're rushing Queen's Nest. Very interesting. Yeah, we catch the bio coming across here, and we need to run back. We do not have ling speed. Do we? No, these are slow lings. Creep colony is maybe a little bit slow here. This could do a lot of damage with the fire bats, especially the fire bats lead in. Because they take that extra hit, right? They take 3 hits minimum. We're going in before the Sunken's finish, which is good. Oh, we kind of retargeted the Sunken. So that's a little bit iffy because of the Ling DPS. You did have the 2 Sunkens we're going to finish in time, so it's fine. But trying to target Sunkens when Lings are on top of you, Ling DPS adds up really, really quick, but they're squishy, so it's typically better to target Lings down before killing Sunkens. But either way, the Zerg was going to be fine. The 2 Sunkens were going to finish in time. So I think we're going Guardians then. A really quick Hive, Spire behind the Hive start. So yeah, it's looking like Guardians. Guardians on this map, pretty good for this area, right? Like, this is awful to deal with. I mean, Guardians typically are really good expansion killers in this matchup. Or like for the natural, it can be a pain to deal with. I actually really like Guardian builds. I almost never see it work, but I think they're really fun. In this case, the starport's pretty late because we've been going Firebats. Oh, we don't have the second gas from Terran, so the Guardians actually could be really, really strong here. Greater Spire starts. 6 mutas on the way. Yeah, if we get 6 Guardians here early, Starport just now starting, doing like a few Scourge with it, can actually be really, really powerful here. We do want to get as much on gas as we can here. We also picked off some bio here, which is really nice using just our Ling. Lots of turrets coming down, but yeah, it does not realize that it's Guardians instead of Muta. Also a little bit suspicious because we haven't seen a third. We're scouting for a third. It could be like a third up on this quadrant of the map, so he doesn't know that it's just a 2-phase Zerg right now. Yeah, our gas is definitely low. We started 2 more Muta. So we did fix our gas here, which is good. Okay, we saw the Greater Spire now. So what's going to be our response? We start the Armory. He doesn't know how close that was to finishing. Okay, second starport. A little bit of indecision, not 100% sure what to do. I think we canceled a depot. Maybe it was a depot. So he wants to go into Valkyrie. Valkyrie, it is good. Like Valkyrie under turrets, very, very good. Can protect you from the Scourge as well. Unfortunately, it's not going to quite have it in time. So we're starting the Wraith, which is good. Got 5 Guardians in the way. And we'll leave a few Muta, probably, to deal with any Wraith and stuff on the way. Okay, we'll see how well this does. Another random third. I love it. Love the random Terran thirds tonight. Okay, we're actually going to supply block them. Which is kind of big, actually, because it stops the second Wraith from starting. And we can't queue up anymore. So yeah, now we're going to start more depots. Yeah, we're making all of our Mutant and Guardian, so maybe we cancel these. And this is also why I was saying, yeah, so we cancel 1. Okay, it's going to make it into Devour. This is by then going to lose a few Muta, or Guardians. Oh, we get the Ling run by it. Oh, because we went all the way around. Nice. So we're going to start siege pushing here. Wait, we're going to get a lot of damage then. Okay, game's getting a little crazy. Devour up. So we're going to have 2 Guardians left. But I mean, Aaron's dead. Get the Zerg counterattacks, right? He kind of went for it in game 1 as well. I mean, Terran's is dead. He's gonna keep pushing here. We don't really have anything coming out for Zerg. We do have... What? Okay, I take that back. Okay, we have Guardians building, right? Defensive Guardians fighting in this choke. Even if he loses his natural, it's totally fine. He's basically killed Terran at this point. We just need to not die. So we don't have to come out here and fight. So yeah, I love the call. Hold the drones. It's 100% correct. And just make Guardians to fight here in this like tiny little choke. Make it funnel through into your Guardians. Yeah, don't want to move out too much. Can be a little bit risky. You don't want to give like the Marines space to move in. Yeah, so make them fight through here, right? Yeah, we have extra Guardians coming in there instead. Gonna lose our main CC here. Okay, we lifted. I guess Terran's not completely dead, but we're pretty dead. And yeah, so we can push out here and kill this now. We say dollar drones, so we're great. Got our third hatchery on the way, our third base. It's good. Looking good for Zerg. Great, we get to go into the game 3. Terran will clean this up, but I mean the damage is done. And Zerg is looking for a third base. Wouldn't mind just making like a few Scourge to chase these guys around. I mean, I guess it's good micro when your base is dead, huh? I think CC is not burning, okay. Neither one is burning. I would love to get some queens out here. Take care of that. Hydrogen on the way. I mean, Terran's dead. There's no way he's ever going to be able to get an army up at this point. He has the hidden base that's mining for him, but we're down to 9 SCVs. And 2 gas. Guess we're rebuilding barracks up here. I mean, nobody around here is a quitter. GG. GG is called. Alright, the Hyde takes game 2 then, tying it up 1-1. Which brings us to game 3 on Eclipse. Alright. Top right, we have the Hyde playing for Crimea Reaver. Did a good job last game with the counterattacks, bringing it back to 1-1 using Guardian play. Something I said I'd never see work. Worked really well this time. In the bottom left for Cattlebruisers, we have Vaclavson. Vaclavson, even. Game 1, we dealt with the counterattack pretty well. Did just a pretty strong push and kind of killed Zerg head on. We'll see if we do anything different here. Both games, both players opened the same way. Zerg went for 12 hatch. Terran did barracks expand. We'll see if for a 2-player map if we mix it up any at all. That okay. We must be talking about max fixing. Match fixing. Yeah, I can't speak right now. It's crazy. My brain is shot, man. We're at midnight right now. We have one more series after this. We just gotta hang on. And it's with a Protoss, so I think that'll make it a little bit easier for me. Okay, barrack starts, we're queuing up 3 SCVs, makes me think we're gonna go for CC. Once again, 12 hatch from Zerg. Gonna go for an early scout just in case we're getting cheesed. I don't mind it on a 2-player map. Yeah, looks like we're doing the same openers here. Nice and standard. Yeah, everything looks pretty normal. Zerg has been going third hatch before gas. We'll see if it does it again. There's our Marine. There's our SV coming down for the expansion. We're attacking the spawning pool. I'm pretty sure we did that last game as well. All looking the same. Yep, there's our third hatch. And then our gas probably behind it. We're doing gasless? Is that a thing in ZVT? Yeah, his gas is a little bit later than he's been taking, so it's going to be a little more mineral focused. See what he plans on doing. It pulls down to like half HP. What are the odds this SCV kills the spawning pool? Could you imagine? Still no link started. Dude, we just don't care. Well, there's our links. Okay. Didn't see it. I was like, man, we're just gonna let this die. Alright, we got about 500 damage on it. It's pretty good. 475, something like that. Command center finishes up, second barracks on the way. Sorry. Binary finishes. Got our little safety creep colony that we go for every game. There started. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, the opening's looking the same as every game so far. It's getting pretty drone heavy. Evo chamber in front of the sunken as we do. Skipping link speed, probably for Great Demuta, do we think? No way, he goes Guardian again, right? Get our drone rallied pretty far out here. There's another thing, just a teaching thing, right? Obviously, the closer and quicker, like, I know stuff like this is obvious, but it's just things to think about, right? Things to keep in mind. But, like, obviously, the quicker and closer your drones are, your workers are to your mineral patches, which is, like, why you would rally, like, SCVs or probe into your mineral line, right? And try to catch them as they go. Just those little bitty things can make such a big difference in the long run. Because it's not just, oh, you got 8 minerals a couple seconds faster, right? It's, you got 8 minerals a couple seconds faster, which means you could start your next worker that much faster, which means it was mining faster, etc., etc. So, yeah, it's just, gotta remember all those little bitty things that can make a big difference for you in the long run. Okay, we double scanned, we see Queen's Nest, so we are actually going for the Guardian play again. At least that's what it looks like. Could be an Ultra Rush, but off a 2 base. I mean, we're getting the quick Carapace. Second Evo chamber coming down. Maybe we are. Is that a thing? Is 2 base Ultra a thing? We got the factory with the add-on again, so I guess we're going in a tank? Starport on the way. Still just on the 2 barracks. Okay, yeah, there's our tank. Alright. So maybe just going for a quick tank push here. Third hatchery coming down for Zerg. Scouting for the third up here, but we ain't there. I'm kind of curious if Magenta of Terran sees this and then thinks that it's just going to be the Guardian push again. Could actually fool him. We scanned here. We're looking for that third base. We're confused about what this third base is. Making sure it wasn't a cheesy third. Not this blind third. This one's probably going to scout this area here. Yeah, there is the Ultra Cavern. Okay. But yeah, I'm curious if we see just an assumption that it's going to be Muta or Guardians again. Because I mean, this is also a bit of a pain to deal with Guardians, so it's not necessarily bad. He could be traumatized, but it seems like he's not reacting to Guardians at all. Yeah, we're just going for like a quick tank push here. And this can be really strong if we just don't have many units for it. And here we go again, the Zerg counter, right? It's the specialty of the night in this matchup. This is a pain, so Terran has to turn all the way around. I mean, I guess he kind of has to, yeah. It's such a crappy situation. We're gonna leave some stuff forward here to start the push, possibly. But I mean, this is so much damage. Or it can be. It's starting. Some SCVs are going down. We're getting on the mineral line here. And I'm in the main mineral line. All this stuff coming back home. We went drop chip. Okay. Down to 21 SCVs and counting. It's pretty bad for Terran. Zerg suddenly looking really strong. We are going to deny this base, which is really nice. Yeah, Zerg needs to get out and take us third, possibly up at 12 o'clock would be a bit easier at this point. A few more SCVs going down. Every little SCV counts. We weren't targeting. But yeah, down to 17 SCVs. So Zerg has a massive lead, and we have Ultras out on the map, with the one armor upgrade as well. Yeah, it's looking pretty rough for Terran right now. If Zerg can just secure a third base, kind of get a third base going, they'd be in fantastic shape. I'll get a few Marines picked off here for free. We do have the Ultra Ling moving across the map. We did not get the armor upgrade for the Ultra. We're going for Speed Burst again, which I believe we did last time. I might be mixing my games up now. Maybe that was martingb. I don't even remember anymore. It's all melding together. Yeah, so we're not actually going to go in for it. We are starting at third base top left. We're going to start third and fourth at the same time. Baron did a good job staying on top of SCV production, so we're kind of back in the worker count a little bit. Like we're back ahead of the Zerg. Zerg could afford to drop a few more drones. Yeah, we got the double expansion coming down. We do have a drop on the way. And a Wraith scouting. We may have scouted top left with the Wraith. It looks like, based on this, that we're going straight for this, I believe. Having these expansions really hurts. So we did make a few more drones. I do actually like that a lot. Unfortunately, we have no anti-air for this Wraith, actually. So we're going to be losing some Overlords. Drop here, denying this base. Yeah, it's actually almost a little bit of a panic attack from Zerg, but this could actually go really well. This is a lot of Ultra. A lot of the Lings coming in behind it. But Zerg is kind of pressured to do something here, because we're having a hard time getting a third base up. No cancel here, so this dies. Getting up this ramp is going to be pretty tough, though. Got the medic, though. Just without the Carapace upgrade for the Ultras, they're just not that tanky right now. So we didn't really kill many SCVs. We denied mining, but that was essentially it. Yeah, this drop is heading for this base. If we lose this base, Zerg is in really bad shape, honestly. We do have Ultra kind of running rampant here. Yeah, we're pulling back trying to stop this. Losing this base is really painful. So, yeah, we're kind of rushing to save it. We do reload. Don't lose the units for free, which is nice. Continue harassing. Got another Wraith that showed up, looks like. Just continuing to snipe overlords. It's a very, very scrappy game right now. Yeah, just leave like 1 or 2 ultras here to handle this. Oh, we never got the carapace upgrade, did we? Yeah, no, we didn't. Kills this sunken, we at least have this one going up. This one is unfortunately blocking this mineral patch. But at this point, he's just scrambling to keep us third. Aaron was not mining from his natural in the meantime. It's tough, like, it's kind of even. I know Zerg typically ahead in supply is like good for Zerg, or even in supply. But like Zerg can't really break them right now. Drone count's just now getting even. And Terran had a little bit of a bank, so I think with Zerg securing the third though, he should be in pretty good shape. We just need the carapace upgrade for the Ultra. And I would feel way, way more comfortable. Makes such a massive difference. Aaron's committing to defense, but his main's going to be mining out soon. We're starting a third command center. It's really, really good. It's important. Get the extra suck in here to stop the drops. Going back to top left for our 4th base here. And we're just sending a drone everywhere, actually. Just take all the bases. There was scan down here by Terran, at least, that the drone was there. But it doesn't feel like either player can kill each other right now. Vulture is staying pretty diligent. It's gonna pick off this drone, which is nice. Just deny the extra expansions. Because, you know, he knows he did a lot of damage to the Zerg. Yeah, supply is starting to get ahead for the Terran. Pretty much expected. And now we're getting the plating for Ultra. We also have 3rd armor on the way. And 2nd attack. What are upgrades for Terran? Just 1-1. 2nd attack on the way, so the Ultra is going to be really, really tanky. It's going to be very hard for the Marines to deal with. So we started our hatchery down here, but our 3rd base is landing. Wraith is gonna go kill another Overlord. But yeah, it does see the command center landing, so we can do a little bit of harassment here. Or just deny the base entirely, actually. The Terran desperately needs this base right now. But he doesn't feel very comfortable pushing out. He's not 100% sure what the Zerg has. He sees a whole lot of Ultra right now. And upgrades are going to be really strong for the Zerg. I mean, right now it's 1-1, right? Against 4-2 Ultra. What is that? 7 damage minus 5. So yeah, they'd be shooting Ultras for 2 right now. And by the time this upgrade finishes, the carapace upgrade will also be finished, so it's not really going to get any better anytime soon. The only thing is the tanks, right? Tanks will chew through Ultra pretty quick. But we have a double drop moving to 6 o'clock, so we're going to deny another base. Like, this is great for Terran and all. We just have to get a 3rd base and we're going to starve out. We can deny bases all day, but if it's 3 base versus 2 base, we're going to starve. This does look like it's going to be a great trade, though. Well, hopefully picked up. Wasn't that bad. I mean, we lost 4 Marines, I guess. Not too bad. Gonna move across here and possibly deny this base again. I think Zerg will get there in time. Yeah, can't even get the unload properly. It wouldn't unload. And now we're splitting our army up and defending. This is good. Very, very good for Hyde right now. Yeah, the longer this goes on, the better it gets for Hyde. Main base is pretty much in the mind out for Terran. We just have basically natural eco, nothing else. Leaving as another drop comes in. Don't think they should get the kill, though. With the 2 ultras. Never mind. Fans really be staying on 2 bases a lot. Okay, so we're actually gonna deny this hatchery, right? We're gonna target it? No? That's a little bit sad. I guess we were at home macroing, trying to set up for our 3rd. Unlucky. Lots of static defense. Okay, I'm gonna try and push out here and secure the 3rd. Still, supplies looking pretty good for Zerg. But it's a lot of tank. I just don't think it's going to be enough here. Especially with them getting on top of the tanks here with the Ultra. Yeah, I'm going to clean up all these tanks, all these Marines. The Marines just are tickling the Ultras at this point. And we see the base come down and land, so we can move these Ultra to the 3rd. That's probably what we're going to do. Yep, very good. We also have this one Zergling just going ham. Now, Terran is having a hard time getting a 3rd base. Looking pretty doomed. This is the... I'm considering GG scanning, but then he sees there's no mining here, right? Like this. But the hide's also tired of your crap. He's not gonna get dropped again. I like it. Yeah, just denying the 3rd base here. That's kind of all Zerg has to do at this point. Just deny a 3rd and let Terran starve out. You have potential 5 bases here, so... I like the call. Don't overcommit to trying to kill, just try and starve them as much as possible. Got our 2nd upgrade, armor upgrade, right? For Terran, yeah, 2nd armor upgrade for Terran's about to finish. Overlord's sight range, okay. Remember the last time I got that upgrade? But why not? Also up to 55 drones, which feels really good. Get these drones down here and we're in great shape. Yeah, his eco is starting to boom. I mean, at this point, with his drone count getting this high over the Terran, if Terran secures the 3rd, it's not the end of the world anymore. We basically we denied it long enough and got our own eco strong enough that it just doesn't matter. We're so far ahead with Zerg right now. This is going to be a seemingly impossible situation for Terran right now. He's essentially going to be on 1 base eco again. By the time he starts mining here, the natural's going to be gone. Would like to see a transfer, though. And get that eco started. But it's tough. Building fire bats. Whatever we can get. Tanks are good against Ultra. But you still want attack upgrades for your tanks as well, if you're going to make tanks for this, because obviously 5 damage per upgrade is pretty massive, and it also adds to the splash damage as well. It's tough trying to kill Ultra with bio only. But we do have 3-3 finally starting for the Terran. It just feels like it's going to be a little too late by then. Better Defiler Den. Got Consume on the way. Hey, love snow. Thanks for the raid, dude. Just gonna suicide a vessel. Scouting vessel. Let's go. Raid hype? You have only one question and it's a big one. Alright, Snow, let's hear it. Will I be your Valentine? Ah, this is awkward. Can we talk about this in private? That's true, it is the 15th now, too. Radiate's coming down on the Ultra list, but it just feels like whenever Zerg's ready to go. This is a lot of bunker. I wouldn't say it's impossible. He's doing what needs to be done. But yeah, once Defilers show up, we got some swarms down. We can kind of mow this down. We're up 50 supply of Zerg, so we're in great shape. We never did transfer SCVs here either. Looks like we're gonna drop them. Wait, where did all his SCVs go? What? He has 38 SCVs. Okay. They're somewhere. They're busy. We're supply blocked 126. Zerg is about to be maxing out. We got our swarms ready. We dropped 4 swarms. We can headbutt them with our elephants. And we are good to go. You got a cat? Yeah, it's all the time. Yeah, it's looking pretty over here. Yeah, it's a good job by the Hive denying the third all game. Kind of starving Terran out. The counterattacks today, it's like... It's kind of the theme of the night, right? Just Zerg setting up for counterattacks and Terran's not being prepared for it. Yeah, my cat's at my door trying to be let in all the time. It never ends. It's got 5 Cillian though. We ain't a quitter. We do know that about him already. He's fine. Yeah, not much to say at this point. Just kind of waiting for the GG. There we go. So the Hive takes game 3. Ends up winning 2-1 for... God, which was it? Cattlebruisers? No. Kamiya Reaver. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was game 2 as well, right? Just the counterattacks. And we've seen it probably 6 times tonight, right? Zerg in maybe a questionable position, but getting the counterattack off and pulling it back. Good stuff. Listen, Snow. Dude. I'm so tired, man. I should not have started a 3.5-hour cast for my first cast like 2 hours after I go to bed, normally. This was a terrible idea. I just got an itch for it. That was a mistake. But we're almost there. We got 1 series left. And I was saying it too, like, I'm already such a monotone, like, low energy person. That, yeah, streaming this late was a terrible idea. Gotta keep the sleep hype going. I've only fallen asleep 2 times, I think. What, in your life? What do you mean 2 times? Alright, so next up we have Yaqoob versus Boab. During a CPL hype cast. You have fallen asleep during a cast? Twice? What's wrong with you? What the? Late night, man. That's not a good excuse. Alright, so our Zerg player, Boab, under the name 80085, playing for the Cattlebruisers. And then our Protoss player, Yaqoob, for Reaver, rocking the magenta. I'm a huge fan. I'm supposed to give unbiased commentary, but you have a magenta Protoss in my game. What am I supposed to do? Pro moving out, drops a pylon here. Here's the thing. I immediately want to question it, but my walling capabilities are like non-existent. But what do? We do Gateway Forge? That leaves a pretty big gap here. Is this blockable? Do you do Gateway? I don't know. I guess we'll see. Be biased, I go for all the Terrans even when they against my Zerg and Protoss teammates. Okay, let's note the instructions specifically said A, don't be biased, and B, one of them said not to talk to your chat too much, so I need you to stop talking to me. You're ruining the cast. Okay, so actually it is going to be Forge Gateway here. I guess this serves as a wall then. See, my like I said, my wall knowledge is pretty much zero. So we do get the Forge first. I personally hate when you don't find Zerg first, because it feels like you have to cannon. Because if you get 9 pulled, if you drop Nexus here, which it looks like is what it's going to do, if you get 9 pulled here, you just lost the game. So I hate it. It sucks because, and this is the PvZ experience. If you don't have information, you're just totally taking shots in the dark and hoping for the best. So in this case, it's going to be okay, because we did get full hatch. I think it was 12 pull, wasn't really paying attention. But this full hatch, and it was just the 2 lings, so it's fine. But it's like, when I don't scout first, it's like, well, okay, now I have to drop a cannon, because it could be a 9 pull. But if you drop a cannon, and then you see this, and then it's just the 2 lings, well, now your Nexus is really delayed. So it's just tough. Information. PvZ is all about the information in the beginning. Once you get to like mid-game, late game, it doesn't matter as much, but the like early game and like some of the early pushes, it's very difficult. Third hatchery actually being taken here towards Protoss, which is super interesting. That's actually really rare. Yeah, you pretty much never see that. Again, I'm a big fan of Zergs taking the 3rd here, right? Or like this 3rd if they're on that side. I just feel like they're really easy to defend up those ramps, but yeah, this is a strange 3rd. Expanding towards the Protoss early. And it's the kind of the low mineral count base, which is why I hate that base. Cyber Core coming, so from Protoss everything looks really standard. Got the +1 attack just started, which is really nice. So after Cyber Core, you'll see Stargate and then Citadel, typically. We'll see. One thing is if you scout, you get good scouting information. If you see like an early Hydra Den or something, you know you can skip Corsair. Going Corsair into a Hydra bust can just spell death half the time. If you don't see the Hydra coming in time. But we are getting a Probe Scout, which is really good. We don't have the Lings out here denying scouting. That is like one of the hard parts about Protoss. You kind of don't want to send this probe back because you really need to stay on top. You need to see when it's lair, you need to see if it's like Hydra done. So here we see an early Evo, which is also a bit strange. But it looks like we're just going for just drone, so it's gonna be a Hydra done. Okay, we're going 3-gate Citadel. We are skipping the Corsair, which in this case is fine because we're not getting a lair. Probe's coming back. Zealot coming here, which is why this. So this is exactly what I was saying. It's really interesting that we're expanding towards the Protoss. It just makes the Zealot harass stronger. We also didn't see the Zealot coming, so we didn't have any Lings in production. And I think the Probe Scout scouted everything. We saw the Hydroden for sure, and the early Evo Chamber. So we got this here, denying mining. Kind of hurts for Zerg. Just the 2 Lings is not going to be enough. Got 2 more Lings coming on the way. Gotta be careful. If you trade really inefficient here... if you trade inefficient, the next 2 Lings aren't going to be good enough. Could have done some stutter step micro, but... you know, it is what it is. He also doesn't own any Lings. It looks like he's worried about more Lings coming, so he's just going to go ahead and run. Got a second Evo coming, and a Sunken coming here. Probably starting creeps here, yep. He chases out all the way home. Going up to 5 gate legs with +1. This is going to be pretty rough for Zerg, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's also hard to SimCity this base. Like, this base is just really tough, taking it towards a Protoss like that. You almost never see, at least in my experience, I never see Zergs taking these 3rd bases, because defending it is so tough. The SimCity just sucks, because so much of it gets blocked off. We've got Zealots coming in, they're going to have +1 here. This is going to do a lot of damage. We killed the Hydras, we killed the Sunken, we can start killing the drones, we can target the hatchery if we want. Yeah, we just lost our 3rd base. There's nothing Zerg can do about it. Lair is about 3/4 done. You lose base like this as Zerg, PvZ, it just feels over. Also is going to move out to take a 3rd while killing the 3rd. Lings are starting up, but against +1 Zealots, and you don't have Carapace. They're just going to melt against the Zealots here. That Storm coming up behind it. Honestly, Yaqoob's looking pretty solid, to be honest. Did a good job reading the situation and realizing he doesn't need Corsair. And just getting aggressive with the Zealots here. Kind of punishing the forward 3rd base. Getting a really, really good trade here as well. Yeah, we're going to clean this army up. It's looking pretty over for the Zerg. The only potential would be maybe a Lurker, but I mean, you already have Storm now, right? The only thing is we don't have detection, but we're not going to be able to deny the 3rd base from Protoss here. Yeah, we got cannons coming up. Like I said, we got Storm already. And we just have a few Hydra and some Ling against +1 Zealots. Lurker are on the way. And no robotics, but... yeah, it just feels tough. We're going to be taking this 3rd base. Honestly, at this point, Zerg should try to double expand and just go heavy in the drone, but... I mean, by then the Toss army would be huge too, so it's tough. Tough situation. Losing your 3rd like that as Zerg, it just feels doomed. But he's gonna give it a shot here. Gonna go for, I guess, a Lurker contain. Ooh, big Storm though to start off with, and then GG is called. Yeah. And I think he kind of recognized. I mean, he's against Storm. Probably realized the 3rd base is coming up. Pretty rough situation there. Game 2 is bad by you. Spoilers. Your pylon placement. It's alright. I'll relate to you. 3:42 APM as well. What kind of Protoss player are you? You're not one of my people. You spam like Borisu. Dude, I'm like a 170 Protoss, but I'm like a Quark. Quark? Alright, so we're gonna get into game 2 of Yaqoob versus Boab. The food is spoiled. True. Alright, so, sorry. I couldn't read that and then actually say something to you. Alright, so we have, I am dying inside. I'm so tired, dude. Alright, so we have Boab for the Cattlebruisers here in blue. I'm playing Zerg. And then your boy Yaqoob for Crimea Reaver. 1 game 1. Pretty much standard play. Good scouting, essentially, and good job punishing the forward expansion that game. We'll see if Zerg will be able to adjust. But it's tough. Like, Yaqoob got the scouting he needed, saw that he didn't need to go Corsair or anything like that. We go straight into Speed Lot +1. Is that blocking the Nexus? It's kind of close. I can't really tell from looking at it. It's kind of close, though. We might find out. You can forge Gateway here. It's still fine, as far as the wall goes. Gotta hit the 1 AM mark. We're almost there. Dude, can you hear my voice? My voice is like shaking. I have never spoke this much on a stream in my entire life. Actually losing my voice. That totally blocks? I thought it did. That totally bollocks. How come Love Snow's not casting with me? I don't think I would be a good co-caster. And I don't like Love Snow, so like, yeah, that's 2 pretty good reasons, I think. You think my mic is muted? What? Hello? Are you trolling me? How did I open Steam just now? What the? My mic's not muted. I'm busy. Come on, man. Alright, so we blocked our Nexus. And typically, as a Protoss, you just want to quit the game. Like, that's quitting time. Anytime I've ever blocked my Nexus. If you go Pylon blocking Nexus into Forge, I quit. I just quit. I've done it a time or 2. I quit. It's one of the reasons that Gateway expansion's a little bit better, because if you block it, at least you can be like, alright, I'm 2-gating. But with Forge, you have nothing. You literally have nothing to work with. Yeah, so we do the Pylon. I mean, that's pretty much the other option, right? Pylon off to the side. I actually just missed a shot, by the way. Thanks, StarCraft. And then, yeah, re-Nexus. But I mean, our Nexus is going to be so painfully late, right? +1 attack on the way. Cyber Core. He couldn't handle the Love Snow co-caster. I would be pressuring him to take a shot after every series. I don't drink. We've had this conversation. Oh, and we unpowered the gateway. Everything hurts. Yaqoob, it hurts. I feel your pain right now. Nothing's going right for Yaqoob. If he wins this, right? I mean, yeah. Now I want to see the game drawn out to 20+ minutes while Protoss tries to fight back, only to go into game 3. We can only hope. I feel the tilt, man. I mean, I've been there, right? I've been there. I'm sure, like, any Protoss player has been there. I think we saw a pro player do it, actually, like, last ASL, no? I feel like there was a pro player that blocked his Nexus last ASL, or sometime recently. Aaron Socrates, we're gonna call you. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Kind of skipped a syllable there. I didn't want to try. Alright, we got Corsair on the way. That fill when your Corsair finishes about the same time as your Nexus. And Citadel. It's tough, man. Corsair finishes up, we'll go either Scout. Scout right away or Chase the Overlords, always the two options. It's the new Borisu build. Nice. Sorry for the coughing. Evo Chamber's up. We do have no anti-air. Spire's not going to be up in time, so we can... Like, we'll see the Spire timing, so we can kill some Overlords, which is really nice. Got a second Corsair. I mean, we can pick off 2-3 Overlords. Minimum. Maybe more, honestly. Please restart Astra up and cough. I'm gonna need you to, fix my sickness, then. Yeah, so we're gonna go into Spores. So this actually feels extra bad. I mean, we're building Spores to protect Overlords, which means we're also taking drone damage, essentially. Spending the extra money on it. But Spore's gonna finish, we're gonna lose just our second Overlord, we will lose this third one as well. So it's gonna be a... Oh, we're gonna leave it? Yaqoob, no. Hey, what's up, Redmond? How's it going? Oh, we'll still get a decent supply block. Could have been a little bit more painful, but... third Nexus, or third hatchery finishes here. Yaqoob does have his +1. We have leg speed. We're going up to 4 Corsair right now, which is nice. Are we getting attack upgrade? Okay, we are. Dropping 4 more gateways. We got a DT out, because why not? Looking for our third Nexus here. I mean, all things considered, as disastrous as that opener was, we're not in bad shape right now. We have a really quick +1 attack for ranged. Without a Hydra Den yet. He's prepping for later. I got our 4 Corsair out, going up to 5, +1 attack finishes up soon. Just more drones coming from Zerg right now. Lots of drones. We haven't had any inposts since the initial scouting Corsair. But we're gonna fly in here and see the Hydra Den is just now finishing. He might not have been looking. I don't think he knows it just now finished, but it's fine. Scourge come in, but we're +1. Okay, we're gonna move into it. We all make mistakes. It happens. I can feel the tilt from Yaqoob. Their Nexus is coming up. We do have Templar out right now. Storm's almost finished. I'm gonna remaking that Corsair here. Getting Carapace for our air. Getting Lurker. Getting a little bit of everything from Zerg right now. We're very anti-DT right now, that's for sure. We're looking for the Scourge, or the Corsair here. See if we can get the intercept. Oof. Yeah, we're gonna lose all of our Corsair here. Maybe not the last one, but yeah, pretty painful. Losing all of those Corsair. I mean, having that count reset. You always have to ask yourself, is it worth reinvesting back into it? Like, you already have the +1 attack, so I know it's like tempting. But we just lost a lot of Corsair for very, very little. And the more you're dumping into Corsair, the less Templar you're getting. So it's always hard to make that decision. Especially when you're like seeing Muta and things like that. But if you take that trade, you lose all your Corsair. It's tough because it's like you want to remake the Corsair to protect your Templar, right? But if you're spending all that gas on Corsair, like I said, you're getting less Templar, and then if they do a Hydra pump after that, when you're doing more Corsair, it can be a little bit sketchy. Typically just a few Corsair with Archons still can be good enough for your Templar, as long as you kind of keep your Templar close to Archon. Obviously it's a little bit harder to micro, but yeah, it's just better for the Hydra swarm that can come after. Which is what we're seeing from, God, I wish... boab. If people change their names, it's not my fault. That being said, I mean, we're 3 base versus 3 base, so like eco-wise, we're 60 probes. Like eco-wise, we're actually fine. It just really hurts to have made so many Corsair. Got goon range on the way and goons coming as well. My concern just being that we have 1 Templar right now. Well, 2, I guess, counting this one. Yeah, lurkers come in, gonna storm on the Hydras, storm on these lurkers. We don't have observers yet, which means if this cannon goes down... Actually, I can't see this anyway. This is tough. We need... Our goons are stuck. Where's our other Templar? Right here. I mean, if we get the right storm... Yep. Actually, he noticed just in time, huh? This is painful now. Now we're losing a bunch of probes. We're gonna have to wait for observer. Just realized his goons were stuck. Just pull the probes, yeah, okay. So we're pulling the probes here. Which is fine. Like, you're not gonna lose the Nexus, so you just pull your probes, don't take too much extra damage. I know it's painful, but situation's not that bad. I mean, we're going up to a 4th Nexus during this, which is actually a good call. Supply is not that bad. Like, we're up 20. +2 attack versus +2 attack. Okay. Just gotta be a little bit careful. Goons do melt pretty hard against Hydra. Observer is here now, so we can clear this off. Do we have storms? We have 1 storm. And the Zerg army is really not that big right now. So we can still defend this for sure. Like, yeah, we have a decent army here right now. 5 lurkers coming in. Suiciding. A little bit of move command misrally happens to the best of us. Gotta be a little careful, yeah, walking up this ramp. And this is why right here that people hate this map, right? Trying to fight, like, defend this base on this ramp is such a pain. But yeah, like, his supply looks good here. Like, we look fine. So we're just continuing to mass Hydra here. Drone count's only at 44. We're gonna go up here to bust this contain. Templars get up here, we just need some big storms here. It's a decent storm. I mean, good damage on a couple of the lurkers. A little bit of a miss, unfortunately. But we have another storm. We actually have 2 more storms back here. But we're gonna bust through this anyway. I can't believe with how this opening went for Yaqoob. Someone saying this map is not good for Protoss? I hate this map. I think everybody hates this map. PvT? I mean, PvT, I guess it's favored for Protoss. But that doesn't mean I don't hate this map. Yaqoob hates this map because every time he plays it in CPL, he blocks his Nexus. Yeah, nobody likes this map. I don't like it PvT either. Or not PvT, I meant PvZ. Oh god, the army? Yeah, it's the cannons. So yeah, with that defense and us going up to 4 base during, we're in fantastic shape somehow. I don't like Sylphid either. We all agree on something. Alright, well. A pretty unlikely comeback. Yaqoob was behind for the sake of being behind, but we somehow pulled out a 2-0 anyway. Bit of a tier discrepancy. I can kind of agree with that. It happens a little bit. But yeah, even with the handicaps, Yaqoob looking pretty strong. So that finished up our day. We made it. Pretty big wins overall for Cromie Reaver. Up 4-1 on this day with tier 1. Pretty huge. Two more hours? For what? No shot. I'm a freaking zombie right now. You're trolling. Dude, Snow, you should have seen it, man. I'm like, I kind of wish you'd been there for that. The dude, like, look, I love Eski, alright? He, like, 70%, 80% early quit his game. I'm pretty sure he was going to win. But he quit while up supply in a TVP. With a 2k bank. Made me kind of sad. Carriers? No carriers. Well, there were carriers, but he had killed carriers. Yeah, he was ahead supply with a 2.2k mineral bank, and the Protoss had no resources. Super sad. This sounds like ass. It was funny because, like, watching the game, dude, I was watching the game and I was like, yo, he might quit. Because, like, I understand, like, it looked and felt bad for him. And I was like, no, he might actually quit here. And then, yeah, and then sure enough. He was, like, losing his 12 o'clock again, but he had, like, you know, his main command center. Right? All 3 of his bases were mined out, so he could have just flown one over. Yeah, I'm, like, pretty sure he would have won. The third series was also a bit sus. Which one was that? Oh, martingb and Borisu? You think so? I didn't think it was too bad. Like, as far as them being even, they felt pretty even. Hi, Mouse. You're here for the end of it. Well, he took hidden bases. Both games. Raid my boy landowner after you're done with CPL Ultra. So, Love Snow, I'm going to reimburse you for that. Because Lando and I are not on good terms, and probably never will be. I cannot stand that guy. I'm just gonna be honest with you. No raid for Lando. From me. Ever. From me. A little bit of echo for you. We won't get into it. But, yeah, I'm not a fan. Alright, here's the deal. There's, like, not anybody on StarCraft for me to raid other than Lando. I ain't doing it. So, I'm gonna throw it over to, oh, no, you're fine. You're totally fine. I'm gonna throw it over to, the guy that streams Monster Hunter. You guys don't have to hang out, right? I know we're all StarCraft people. It'll make him happy for a few seconds. You're gonna be nice. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Yeah, for my first cast, I picked a little bit of a long one. I know I can be kind of monotone. Maybe it's a little bit late too. But I had fun. I'll definitely do it more, for sure. Kind of lost my voice though, so I might have to give it a day or two. Didn't work. Hang on a second. Why is this not working? Okay, I don't know why I can't rate them. Weird. What's happening? Oh, I think it's... No, I got rated earlier. Dude, there's something wrong with my Twitch lately. My Twitch, like, doesn't allow me to do anything. I can't change my streams or anything. Like my stream titles, I had to go through a restream to do it. I think it's the same problem. Well, I can't rate anybody. That's a shame. All of you people are gonna, like, disappear into the void. Sad, sad. Raid through Twitch? What? That's what I'm trying to do. What are you talking about? Yeah, no, I know how to raid. That's what I'm doing. I know how to do it. It's not working. My Twitch hasn't been letting me do anything. I haven't been able to change my stream titles or anything. Yeah. Dizzy. Piss off. Alright, I know what you're doing. That's sad. It would have made him really happy. That would have, like, made his day. Dude's never had more than, like, 15 viewers. Yeah, I don't want to risk it on the off chance it works. It's funny. Funny. Yeah, so I'll try doing a cast in a few days if there's an open slot. Just gonna take a... My voice is gone. But I think I'll try and do tier 0 next time. I think that's maybe a little more my speed. But today was good. We got to watch Eski throw. That was like the highlight of my day. Well, we got to watch Eski throw and we got to watch Yaqoob try to murder himself and win anyway. Hot water, honey, lemon, tequila. Yeah. I'm good. Can I raid through Restream? Probably not. I don't think I can. Yeah, I thought you were gonna say something like that. Can we stay and talk about life? Then you can try and raid again in 10 minutes. So the thing is, it's been doing this to me since I woke up this morning. And I even restarted my computer and stuff on the off chance that had anything to do with it, but I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, I don't think I can do it through Restream either. What does it mean to wake up? What does it mean to be woke? How woke are we? Snow, I can't tell if you're trolling or if your brain doesn't function right. I can't rate anybody. Why are you doing this? Bro, just raid tasteless. Watch it work. Yeah. We are unable to raid Tasteless TV at this time. Yeah, I don't know. It's not working. A little bit sad. Probably turned off his raid. Snow! Ah! I feel like this is how Oats and Goats must feel. Dealing with this chat. You are Oats and Goats' chat. Yeah. Like, we're just chatting right now, I guess. We're just chatting a little bit. What is wrong with my Twitch? Because other people were doing it. People raided me. I got multiple raids today. Oh, that's right. I couldn't even follow. Wait, I can't do anything. What is happening? I tried following K1 Mira earlier, and it wouldn't let me do that either. I just realized. I can't do anything on Twitch. Have you tried refreshing? Dizzy, why are you here? Should I bring out the timeouts? No, they're just goofing around. Clear cache and cookies. Oh, actually, maybe it is something that simple. You know, I gotcha. But this might actually fix my problem. Nope, still not working. I actually thought that was going to work for a second. Oh. Hang on, I'm stupid. Guess that still didn't fix it. Actually thought that was gonna do it. As soon as you said it, I was like, oh, that sounds right. Dude, what is happening? Why is my Twitch not working? Like, this is really important, guys. Happy Valentine's, Snow. You have a good evening, morning, night. Look, the day doesn't end, Dizzy, until we've slept and woke up the next day. I already gave you it. Oh, I guess no, I said we'd talk in private. Yeah, I'll DM you later about why we'll never be Valentines. Hope that's okay. Not like this. When I try other commands, yeah, I can't do anything. Nothing's working. Hey, Snow. Thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate you, man. Much, much appreciated. I'm just trying to buy your love. Oh no. Turning into one of these. I like your timed out on Twitch because you just got subbed. Yeah, it's weird. When it was first happening, I thought like Twitch was there was a problem with Twitch, but yeah, everybody else can do stuff. And like I said, I realized I couldn't even follow somebody. Like, what the heck, man? User reports indicate no current problems with Twitch. Sweet. It's only me. I'm timing you out. Look, it didn't work. I can't even time you out. I just tried to ban you and it said unable to ban user. What is happening? Am I like, what is happening? Yeah, Dizzy, I restarted my computer earlier when it wasn't working, and it didn't fix anything.